Chapter 2484. The monarch of Fengming could not help but shudder when he saw Lu Ming's cold gaze. He then took a deep breath and said with a ferocious expression, "You? I'll kill you right now." Swoosh! The monarch of Fengming made his move. A dazzling sword ray slashed toward Lu Ming. The monarch of Fengming had a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage. In the heaven realm, he was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. His combat strength was much stronger than a 3-star heavenly emperor. The sword ray was extremely sharp and instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at an astonishing speed. It landed accurately on the blade of the King of Fengming's sword. The combat sword in the hands of the King of Fengming vibrated continuously. The King of Fengming's body was also shaking violently. He retreated continuously. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking dozens of steps back. Your combat strength. How is it possible? The monarch of Fengming was shocked. In the earlier move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength had completely surpassed his. How was this possible? A few months ago, he had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Mo. At that time, Lu Ming's strength was stronger than Luo Mo's, but not by much. The monarch of Fengming was confident that he could defeat or even kill Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to surpass his in just a few months. How was this possible? One had to know that at their level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to improve even a little. It required a long period of time, so how could it be improved in just a few short months? The Cursed Land. He must have obtained a supreme opportunity in the Cursed Land. That's why his combat strength skyrocketed. The monarch of Fengming thought to himself. Kill! I must kill him and seize his opportunity. The monarch of Fengming roared in his heart. The battle sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a black battle sword. Swoosh! The battle sword vibrated as sword chi soared into the sky. This is a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming's heart jolted. It was not a Heaven Dao weapon since the monarch of Fengming's weapon did not contain Heaven Dao energy. However, its level was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. As the monarch of Fengming with a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage, it was normal for him to possess a weapon that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Swoosh! The monarch of Fengming made his move again and charged toward Lu Ming. As for the other foreign tribes, they did not make a move. With monarch Fengming taking the lead, they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. They blocked the monarch of Fengming and blocked the monarch of Fengming's escape. The great barren spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A purplish gold glow emanated from his body as he swept the spear out. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The monarch of Fengming. Boom! The Fengming collided once again. Swoosh! The battle sword in the hands of the monarch of Fengming vibrated violently as a terrifying force surged towards the monarch of Fengming. Fengming, the monarch of the Fengmings was knocked Ming. His eyes were as round as saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He had used all his strength, but he was still vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. His muscles vibrated as he charged toward the monarch of Fengming. His speed was extremely fast. The people in the Yellow Spring Mountain were generally stronger than the people outside. The monarch of Fengming was slightly stronger than the ordinary 4-star heavenly emperors outside. Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle 6th level. He could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor with just his physical strength. Therefore, his physical strength was equivalent to the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming had a battle sword that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming also had the Great Barren Spear. However, Lu Ming had the monarch of Fengming's Dao of domination. Boom! The Great Barren Spear vibrated and became huge as it charged toward the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming was shocked as he raised his battle sword to block the attack. The great baron's spear landed heavily on the monarch of Fengming's battle sword. The terrifying power caused the monarch of Fengming's arm to explode. The battle sword flew out of his hand. Lu Ming exerted the power of a master, and with a sweep, he put away the other party's combat sword. As for the monarch of Fengming, his body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The ground shook as the monarch of Fengming smashed a huge hole in the ground. He kept vomiting blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The powerful monarch of Fengming could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Not good. Let's join forces and kill him. A foreign race member roared. Attack! The other foreign races roared and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 4-star heavenly emperors. The rest were 3-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and 1-star heavenly emperors. A total of 9 foreign races charged toward Lu Ming. Attacks came from all directions toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not take the attacks head-on. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the monarch of Fengming like a long spear. No, the monarch of Fengming roared. However, he was severely injured and could not dodge the attack. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the body of the king of Fengming. The body of the king of Fengming exploded and turned into ashes under the horrifying and violent force. Only a storage ring flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. Bam! Next, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. The ground shook and a huge hole was formed. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky and the great baron's spear pierced out. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the sky and pierced toward the foreign races. Those 1-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and even 3-star heavenly emperors could not resist at all. They were pierced through by the spear radiance and killed in the air. Only the 3 4-star heavenly emperors were able to block it. However, their bodies shook violently and were sent flying by Lu Ming. These 3 4-star heavenly emperors were not as strong as the monarch of Fengming. Not good. Let's go. Get stronger experts to kill Lu Ming. One of the foreign races was horrified and turned to run. The other 2 foreign races ran faster than him. Lu Ming's combat power was not something they could fight against. If they did not run, they would die. The 3 of them ran in 3 different directions. Even if Lu Ming chased after them, he could only chase after one of them. Trying to escape. Lu Ming said coldly. The purplish gold light around his body became even more dazzling. Sovereign. Lu Ming whispered. The sovereign Tao merged with heaven and earth. It instantly affected the 3 foreign races, wanting to dominate them. The figures of the 3 outsider tribes stiffened instantly. This pause was more than enough. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his spear, turning into a purplish gold spear radiance. It pierced through the void and pierced toward one of the foreign races. Pfft! That foreign race was directly killed by Lu Ming in the air. At this time, the other 2 foreign races had already reacted. They were horrified. Just now, they felt a powerful force acting on them from the unseen world, causing their bodies to stiffen. Run, run, run. The 2 foreign races were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Chapter 2485. It seems like my sovereign energy can only affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second. Lu Ming thought to himself. This was because he had comprehended the sovereign energy from the statue in the cursed grounds. Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign Tao had improved greatly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it. However, being able to affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second was enough. Those below the 4-star heavenly emperor level would be affected even more. For those with weaker cultivation levels, even if Lu Ming stood still, he could dominate the other party and prevent the other party from attacking him. Buzz! Lu Ming continued to control the sovereign Tao and used it on the remaining 2 heavenly emperors. the two heavenly emperors' bodies stiffened again. No, no, the two heavenly emperors screamed in their hearts. Whoosh! A ray of spear light shot out and killed one of the heavenly emperors. Next, there was only one last member of the foreign race left. He had already lost the thought of escaping and was attacking Lu Ming like a madman. The outcome was naturally destined. Within a few moves, he was killed by Lu Ming in the air. Lu Ming kept all the storage bracelets and storage rings of the heavenly emperors. The subordinates of the heavenly emperor of Fengming scattered. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the others from the heavenly realm were dumbfounded. Including the heavenly emperor of Fengming, there were 4 4-star heavenly emperors. However, all of them were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's means were simply strange and unpredictable. Senior 6 saints, how are your injuries? Lu Ming walked over and asked. I'm fine. I've stabilized myself. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints replied. Earlier, he had been severely injured by the heavenly emperor of Fengming. Fortunately, his head and Dantian were not injured. Although his injuries were serious, they were not fatal. With his unparalleled vitality, his recovery speed was amazing. Then, let's go and rob Fengming's palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. The others also revealed a ferocious look. Immediately, they flew towards the palace. When they arrived at the imperial palace, it was already in complete chaos. The news of monarch Fengming's death had spread out. The experts in the palace were in a state of chaos. They started to snatch the treasures in the palace. In order to snatch the treasures, they fought and killed each other. The imperial palace was plunged into a state of slaughter. Kill! When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they immediately charged in. They specifically chose Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses to kill. Fengming State, other than the 13 commanders, there were still some other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Lu Ming they all killed one on sight. Lu Ming killed 2 Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in a row and snatched the other party's storage ring. These Heavenly Emperors all carried quite a number of divine stones on them. The amount of resources that Lu Ming would need for his cultivation in the future was too terrifying. One had to know, his current true cultivation was just Great Emperor realm. The resources he consumed were comparable to other people's Heavenly Emperor realm. Then if he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, how horrifying would the resources expended be? Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to accumulate resources. Run! Seeing Lu Ming and the rest charge over, the experts in the imperial palace dispersed in a hubbub. Lu Ming and the rest charged straight into the depths of the imperial palace. In the end, they opened a treasure trove. Inside was the imperial palace's treasure trove. There were large amounts of resources stored inside. All kinds of medicinal herbs, refining materials, even combat weapons, divine stones, and so on. Unfortunately, they did not discover weapons equivalent to Heavenly Emperor weapons. The highest grade was just Great Emperor weapons. There were also large amounts of divine stones. Lu Ming and the rest divided them up. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's contributions were the greatest. He took the lion's share. Lu Ming also accepted it without being courteous. Plundering the imperial palace clean, Lu Ming and the rest left Fengming State's capital and flew into the distance. They flew all the way out several 100,000 miles before they found a hidden place to stop. Heavenly Emperor 6 Saints was recuperating here, while Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and started counting the gains this time. Lu Ming took out the interspatial rings and interspatial bracelets and started counting them. The interspatial rings of the foreign races were mostly filled with crystals that were specially used by the foreign races. They were not very useful to Lu Ming. However, there were some divine stones in the interspatial bracelets of the foreign races. Lu Ming collected them all together. The greatest gain was still Monarch Fengming. Monarch Fengming had not only contributed a battle sword equivalent to a heavenly Dao weapon, but also a large amount of divine stones. In the end, Lu Ming piled up all the divine stones and counted them. There were about 30 million pieces. 30 million divine stones, each of which was equivalent to 10,000 supreme-grade origin stones. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Now, I can make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled. His understanding of the sovereign Tao had reached the standard. Now, he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Once his cultivation broke through and he became a 4-star great emperor, Lu Ming's battle strength would skyrocket. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large number of divine stones and began to absorb the energy in them to break through. This time, Lu Ming did not use the chaos stones. He was planning to use only the divine stones. He only had about 10,000 chaos stones left. He planned to keep them for the time being as they might come in handy in the future. Bang! 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 The piles of divine stones exploded and turned into divine chi unique to the Yellow Springs realm, which was absorbed by Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming activated his path of domination and refined the energy with all his might, transforming it into the power of the world. Lu Ming began to break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His body was covered in a purple golden glow, which made him look extremely noble. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough and reached the 4-star Great Emperor realm. The size of the small world in his body had expanded significantly. The force of the world had become stronger. The force of the sovereign Tao within the force of the world had also become denser. Lu Ming's battle prowess had skyrocketed. Now, with the sovereign Tao alone, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor. With the combination of the sovereign Tao and his physical body, Lu Ming could even kill a 5-star heavenly emperor. What was truly powerful was the sovereign Tao. One had to know that Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 4-star Great Emperor realm. If he could kill an enemy who was an entire realm higher, his potential for improvement was huge. How powerful would he be when he reached the Heavenly Emperor realm? Would he be able to compete with the martial gods? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, you have a breakthrough in your cultivation level again. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints was shocked when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lucky breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others gasped. Lucky breakthrough? They smiled bitterly. Why didn't the others have such luck? They were already full of admiration for Lu Ming. How old was Lu Ming now? He could already kill 4-star heavenly emperors consecutively. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, how powerful would his battle prowess be? One had to know that 4-star heavenly emperors were already called heavenly sovereigns in the heaven realm. Lu Ming could already kill heavenly sovereigns consecutively now. In this world, he was almost standing at the peak. In a few more years, he would probably be invincible. They knew that they were witnessing the rapid rise of an invincible figure. Chapter 2486. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? 6 Saints asked. I'm going to the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming said. Previously, when he checked the ancient records, he knew that there was a cursed land in the Dragon Man Empire, which was much larger than the cursed land in Fengming. Go to the Dragon Man Empire? The faces of Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints and the others changed. Lu Ming, there is a 6-star heavenly emperor of a foreign race in the Dragon Man Empire who has gained the trust of the Dragon Man Empire. He is probably exploring the cursed land. 6 Saints said with a solemn face. A 6-star heavenly emperor was too strong. One more step and he would be a peak heavenly emperor. I won't fight them head-on. I'll disguise myself and go over. This time, I'll go check out the situation. If they've already plundered the cursed land, I'll leave immediately. If they haven't, we might be able to take advantage of the situation and fish in troubled waters and make a fortune. Lu Ming said with a smile. In that case, we will go with you. Anyway, we don't know where to go now. 6 Saints said. The others nodded. They really didn't know where to go now. Well, how about this? You all enter my pocket dimension first. I will disguise myself and go alone. Lu Ming said. Okay, let's do that. 6 saints and the others nodded and then entered Lu Ming's pocket dimension. After everyone entered the pocket dimension, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique and his body began to change. He turned into a dark-skinned young man and left for the Dragon Man Empire. There was a small country between the Dragon Man Empire and Feng Ming. Lu Ming rushed at full speed and took 3 days to reach the Dragon Man Empire. The Dragon Man Empire was vast, at least 10 times larger than Feng Ming. There were many races in the Dragon Man Empire, such as the human race, the Naga race, and so on, but the Dragon Man race was the most numerous. The Dragon Man race had 2 dragon horns on their foreheads and a long dragon tail. Some of them even had dragon scales on their bodies. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary people. Lu Ming walked in a city and looked at these Dragonians. He was secretly amazed. These Dragonians were half human and half dragon. Their bodies emitted a dense dragon aura. They were burly and each of them was more than 2 meters tall. This Yellow Springs mountain sure has many races. Senior Ancestral Dragon said that the Yellow Springs mountain comes from beyond the heavens. What kind of place is beyond the heavens? Are there many races? 10,000 races contending for hegemony? Lu Ming's thoughts were all over the place, his imagination running wild. He was very curious about beyond the heavens. I have the blood essence of 9 dragons, and I cultivate the dragon god battle body. I've also refined some dragon marrow, so I also have a strong dragon aura. Why don't I disguise myself as a dragon man? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could disguise himself as a dragon, it would be easier for him to do things in the Dragon Man Empire. Immediately, Lu Ming's body began to change rapidly. 2 dragon horns grew out of his forehead, scales appeared on his body, and a long tail grew out of his buttocks. Furthermore, there was a dense dragon aura emanating from his body, making him look exactly like a draconian. Ha! Lu Ming laughed, and then swaggered down the street. On the street, the creatures of other races all showed a look of awe when they saw Lu Ming. In the Dragon Man Empire, although there were many races, they were also divided into ranks. There was no doubt that wherever a draconian went, they would be respected and enjoy privileges. Let's go to the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming smiled and flew toward the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. After a few more days, Lu Ming arrived at the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming wandered around the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. An evil god tribe member. After walking for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an evil god tribe member. This evil god tribe member looked very young, and his cultivation was definitely less than 10,000 years. He should be a prodigy on the longevity list of a foreign race, and his cultivation was only at the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile and walked over directly. You foreign race, how dare you molest a beauty of my race, you're courting death. Lu Ming glared at this foreign race member and strode toward him. What? This foreign race member was stunned. Kneel down and surrender. Lu Ming grinned and slapped him. The other party was shocked and wanted to resist, but he was too far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly slapped him in the face and knocked him unconscious. In the surroundings, many draconians looked at Lu Ming curiously. This guy molested a beauty of my race. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Lu Ming said casually. Yes, he should be taught a lesson. Recently, this 3-eyed foreign race member has been very arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Good lesson. How dare he molest a beauty of my race? How hateful. Cripple him. The draconians shouted. Lu Ming smiled. He then grabbed the alien race member and left the place in big strides. After walking a few rounds, he came to a remote place. There was no one around. Lu Ming reached out a finger and tapped this person's glabella. Lu Ming executed the soul-searching technique, wanting to search this person's soul and obtain information. This person's body trembled. Very soon, Lu Ming obtained some useful information. The foreign race did have a 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm expert who was valued by the Draconian's Empire. He cooperated with the Draconian's Empire and entered the Cursed Land to search for treasures, sharing equally with the Draconian's Empire. This time, the foreign race gathered 50 to 60 experts in the Draconian's Empire. There were quite a number of Heavenly Emperors. As early as a few months ago, the foreign race entered that Cursed Land. However, they encountered difficulties. There were dangers and obstacles in the Cursed Land. The foreign race's advancement was extremely slow. During this period of time, they had been thinking of ways to conquer that Cursed Land. Furthermore, in the areas that were conquered, the foreign race had great gains and obtained quite a number of treasures. Not conquered yet, good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That Cursed Land had not been completely conquered yet, and the places that were conquered had quite a number of treasures. This meant that this Cursed Land had not been explored by anyone before. There would definitely be great gains inside. Lu Ming decided that this Cursed Land, he must explore it well. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand. A burst of energy erupted, killing this foreign race. Then, with a fire, he turned this person into ashes. Then, Lu Ming headed for that Cursed Land. That Cursed Land was in the west of the Draconian's Empire's capital, in a mountain range. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at that place. This mountain range had quite a number of Draconian's powerhouses guarding it. But seeing that Lu Ming was also a Draconian's, those Draconians thought that he was one of them and did not care much. Anyway, the Yellow Springs mountain natives could not enter that Cursed Land. Lu Ming passed through this mountain range very easily and arrived at his destination. In the mountain range, there was a castle. The castle occupied a very large area. This was the Cursed Land. In the vicinity, there were quite a number of Draconians wandering around, waiting. Chapter 2487. Lu Ming swaggered over. When the Draconians saw him, they did not pay much attention to him. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and suddenly rushed toward the Cursed Land. What are you doing? You're courting death. The Draconians at the side roared. The people of the Yellow Springs world had been cursed for generations. They could not enter the Cursed Land. Once they entered, they would die. In their opinion, Lu Ming was courting death. However, Lu Ming did not slow down. He ran wildly and approached the castle in the blink of an eye. He's fine. He's fine. The Draconians looked at each other. According to their experience, as long as they were within a certain range of the Cursed Land, they would be cursed and die on the spot. However, Lu Ming was fine even after running to the castle. Fake. Damn it. He must be a fake. He's pretending to be a Dragonian. Damn it. The Draconians thought about it and knew that Lu Ming was a fake. Only people from the outside world could enter the Cursed Land. However, they could only watch and did not dare to pursue. The castle was extremely huge and the door was open. Lu Ming rushed in directly. Behind the door was a passage that was dark and serene. Lu Ming slowed down and moved forward cautiously. This was because this Cursed Land was dangerous. However, this passage was not dangerous. When Lu Ming was about to reach the end, he was fine. However, at the exit of the passage, there were 2 foreign races guarding there. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. This was because Lu Ming was still in the form of a Dragonian. How could a Dragonian enter this place? Therefore, they could not react in time. Swoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward. His palm was like a knife as he slashed horizontally. Bam! Bam! 2 explosions sounded. The 2 foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed past. Behind the passage was a huge platform. In front of the platform, there were 2 paths. Both were very wide. The two paths led in different directions. The road on the right was pitch black and filled with bloody mist. It looked extremely terrifying. As for the path on the left, it was also filled with a white fog that obstructed one's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was ahead. More than 10 non-humankind beings were either standing or sitting on the platform. A few non-humankind beings were also standing on the left side of the road. Only the intersection on the right was free of outsiders. The moment Lu Ming entered, all of them turned to look at Lu Ming. Draconian? No, it's definitely not a dragon people. Someone is impersonating him. Who cares who he is? He doesn't have the aura of my clan. He must be from the heaven realm. Kill him. Cold auras bloomed one after another as cold voices rang out. Whoosh. A member of the alien race had 4 arms and was extremely fast. He took the lead and charged toward Lu Ming. This foreign race had 3-star Heavenly Emperor cultivation. It could be said to be very powerful. But who he encountered was Lu Ming. Purplish gold light suffused Lu Ming's body. The power of sovereigns condensed into a long spear and stabbed out. Lu Ming looked like he was stabbing at the void. But when he stabbed out, a miserable cry sounded out. It was only to see that 4-armed foreign race appeared out of thin air. His head was already pierced by Lu Ming. A 3-star Heavenly Emperor was directly insta-killed. Not good, this person is very strong. Attack together. Kill. More than 10 foreign races, other than a few whose cultivation was below Heavenly Emperor, the other foreign races all attacked. They were all Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation. There were a few people who were very terrifying. 2 4-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming did not hide his strength anymore and attacked with all his might. The great desolate spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming bathed in purplish gold light. The long spear trembled, stabbing out several times in succession. 2 4-star Heavenly Emperors were directly sent flying by Lu Ming, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. And that 5-star Heavenly Emperor's body shook violently, retreating repeatedly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength now. How powerful was that? Even a 5-star Heavenly Emperor was not his match. Not good, this person is troublesome. Quickly call Lord. That 5-star Heavenly Emperor roared. Call Lord. There were a few foreign races guarding the left side of the road. At this moment, they rushed into that road. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a blade as he charged towards those foreign races. With a sweep of the long spear, several foreign races were sent flying. Their bones and tendons were broken, and they died on the spot. Damn it! That 5-star Heavenly Emperor roared. A yellow stone flew out from his third eye. It emitted a powerful aura and directly smashed towards Lu Ming. This is a Heavenly Tao soldier. No, it doesn't have the aura of the Heavenly Tao. It's a weapon of this world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The yellow stone that the other party took out was a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Tao soldier. It was a weapon from Yellow Springs Mountain. There were many strange formations inscribed inside. As long as energy was injected, it could be activated. Boom! Lu Ming shook his long spear and swept it out, colliding with this stone. That stone was sent flying. That foreign race 5-star Heavenly Emperor was also repeatedly pushed back by Lu Ming's powerful energy. Lu Ming took large strides forward, his long spear stabbing out continuously. Puff! Puff! One foreign race after another died under Lu Ming's spear. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, those below 4-star Heavenly Emperor could not block a single move from him at all. In a blink of an eye, there were only 5 or 6 of the dozen foreign races left. The remaining foreign races revealed looks of alarm and fear. They did not dare to continue fighting at all and turned around to run. Courting death. At this moment, an angry roar came from the left side of the road. One could see a burly figure rushing out from that road, stirring up white mist like a hurricane. The person had not come out yet, but a berserk aura was already pressing towards Lu Ming. 6-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming muttered, not the slightest bit afraid. Taking large strides forward, a terrifying purple-gold spear light rushed towards a foreign race 4-star Heavenly Emperor. That foreign race did his best to block a move and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. One of his arms exploded, suffering heavy injuries. Your Excellency, save me! That foreign race shouted loudly. You dare! Inside the road, that voice roared angrily. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive, rushing over once again. Spear light tore through the air, directly piercing through that injured 4-star Heavenly Emperor, killing him in the air. Swish! At this time, a pale white saber light slashed out from the intersection. The power was astonishingly strong. A terrifying force pounced straight for Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's arm shook. The great spear changed direction with extreme speed, blocking in front of him. Clang! A violent vibration. Lu Ming felt a berserk force rushing towards him. Lu Ming could not help retreating repeatedly. Following that, a burly foreign race holding a battle saber walked out from that intersection. This foreign race's 3 eyes flickered with an ice-cold light. His body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Heavenly Emperor. Following that, figures flashed. 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the left side of the road. Each one was an expert. 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming saw through the other party's cultivation. 1 6-star Heavenly Emperor, 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 2488. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor, 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors, formed an encirclement, surrounding Lu Ming. Cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Heavenly Realms trash. That 6-star Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth icily. This was a foreign race aristocrat. His figure was tall, his entire body covered in purple scales. Holding a battle blade in his hand, he was broad and huge, even taller than an ordinary person. Bang! The other party directly made a move. His burly body closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. An enormous battle blade slashed out violently. Space directly exploded, the power astonishing. Lu Ming's entire body was suffused with a resplendent purple-gold light, urging his power to the limit. When Lu Ming's power was urged to the limit, it was hard for him to continue maintaining his disguise and revealed his original appearance. Buzz! The great desolate spear vibrated frenziedly, sweeping out, colliding together fiercely with the other party's battle blade. With an intense rumble, Lu Ming was repelled back once more. Right now, even if he erupted fully, he was also not a 6-star Heavenly Emperor's match. Heavenly Emperor realm, between each level, there was a considerable gap. Lu Ming, it's you. The moment Lu Ming revealed his true body, the other party recognized Lu Ming. Kill him. Attack together. The other 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors also roared one after another, attacking together. 5 5-star Heavenly Emperors joining hands, the power was extremely terrifying too. Lu Ming brandished his long spear until it was airtight, blocking the other party's attacks. But his figure was still struck back repeatedly, the vital energy and blood within his body in turmoil. Kill! That 6-star Heavenly Emperor also rushed over, slashing out a pale white blade light. Lu Ming did not receive it head-on anymore. His muscles trembled, moving 100 meters horizontally, avoiding the other party's attack. After that, he rushed toward that path on the right. That path did not have any foreign races guarding it. The 5 foreign race powerhouses chased in hot pursuit relentlessly. Swoosh! Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a twinkle, he arrived at that intersection and did not stop in the slightest, directly rushing over. The 5 outsiders stopped in their tracks. Are we chasing or not? A 5-star Heavenly Emperor asked. There's no need to chase after him. This path is even more dangerous than the one on the left, and it's much more difficult. This kid will only die if he goes in. Leave 2 people here to guard this place. We'll continue to attack over there. If there's any movement here, inform me immediately. That 6-star Heavenly Emperor instructed. Yes. The others nodded. They waited for a while longer. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't come out, a few of them returned to the left path, leaving 2 people to wait nearby. Lu Ming entered the path on the right and kept going forward. This path was filled with blood-red mist, blocking their line of sight and preventing them from seeing what lay ahead. The non-humankind didn't chase after us. I'm afraid this place is dangerous. Lu Ming pondered. He was on full alert, and his body was covered with the power of a sovereign. With the Great Desolation spear in hand, he carefully advanced. After walking for over 10 miles, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded from the front. That's right, it was a dragon's roar. Is there a true dragon here? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. He continued to move forward. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar became louder and louder. Suddenly, the mist surged, and 2 blood-red lights appeared in the mist, like 2 blood moons. Then, a huge true dragon appeared in the blood mist. The true dragon was blood-red all over. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Roar! True dragon, there's actually a true dragon. Lu Ming was bewildered. This was the Yellow Springs Mountain, which came from outer space. In the Heaven Domain, the ancestral dragon was known as the ancestor of all true dragons. In that case, weren't there only true dragons in the Heaven Domain? Could it be that there were also true dragons in outer space? Then the saying that the ancestral dragon was the ancestor of all true dragons was worth discussing. No, it's not a physical body. It's an illusory body. Then, Lu Ming's gaze moved. He discovered that this true dragon looked like a physical body, but there was no aura of life on its body. Instead, it was condensed from a kind of energy. Roar! As soon as this true dragon saw Lu Ming, it roared loudly and pounced toward Lu Ming. 1-star Heavenly Emperor. The moment this true dragon made a move, Lu Ming determined that the other party was equivalent to a 1-star Heavenly Emperor's cultivation. 1-star Heavenly Emperors were naturally not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming stabbed out with a spear and routed this true dragon. But, after this true dragon was routed, it turned into a surge of energy and drifted backward, then condensed into a physical body again. Roar! Roar! Following that, even more roars came over. Amidst the blood mist surging, another blood-red true dragon appeared. The auras emitted were both strong and weak. But the weakest was 1-star Heavenly Emperor. The strongest already reached 3-star Heavenly Emperor. The moment these true dragons saw Lu Ming, they all roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the great desolate spear in his hand and rushed over. The long spear trembled, stabbing out one spear light after another, piercing into the heads of these true dragons, routing these true dragons. But the moment these true dragons were routed, they immediately condensed again. They could not be killed at all. Kill! Lu Ming rushed over, going deep inside. But he discovered that more and more true dragons appeared. Furthermore, there were already 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm true dragons. From front to back, there were more than 20 of them, surrounding Lu Ming. Why are there so many true dragons? Could these be dragon souls? Lu Ming guessed. More than 20 true dragons pounced toward Lu Ming continuously. After being routed by Lu Ming, they condensed again. But Lu Ming finally discovered one point. Each time these true dragons were routed, they would become a little weaker. It was not that they could not be killed at all. As long as they were killed a few more times, they could still be killed. Lu Ming's long spear trembled continuously. Resplendent and sharp spear light shot out continuously, blowing up these true dragons. Amen. Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the divine 9-dragon cauldron that had been quiet in his sea of consciousness all along actually had an abnormal movement. Ever since the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron exhausted its energy more than 100 years ago, there had never been any abnormal movement. But now, there was an abnormal movement. Could it be related to these true dragons? Lu Ming did not even think about it and directly summoned the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Buzz! The moment the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron came out, it shook violently. The true dragon carving on the cauldron emitted a resplendent light. The true dragon on it seemed to have come alive. Roar! Following that, an intense dragon roar emitted from the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Then, a nine-dragon phantom emerged, opening its big mouth and letting out a long roar. A terrifying devouring force emitted from the nine-dragon phantom's mouth. Those blood-red true dragons revealed a look of fear and let out a wail. But in the next moment, these blood-red true dragons actually turned into streaks of red light, flying into the nine dragons' mouth and disappearing. More than 20 blood-red true dragons in a row, regardless of cultivation level, were all swallowed into the nine-dragon phantom's mouth. Buzz! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook violently. On the surface, it emitted a powerful aura. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron revived. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 2489. Lu Ming did not expect that after the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron devoured this kind of blood-red true dragon, it actually revived and emitted a powerful undulation. Although it was still far from its heyday back then, it was also very astonishing. Ha, this kind of blood-red true dragon is actually useful to the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The more the better. Lu Ming laughed loudly in his heart. Just now, he was still rather depressed because of these blood-red true dragons. Now, he wished for more. Lu Ming's mind stirred, put away the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, and continued forward. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars continuously sounded out. As Lu Ming went deeper, blood-red true dragons appeared continuously, the numbers getting more and more. Furthermore, their cultivation was also getting stronger and stronger. At the back, 5-star Heavenly Emperor realms actually appeared. However, after Lu Ming summoned the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, it directly devoured these blood-red true dragons. If one did not work, he would summon two. This road was very long. Lu Ming walked a full 1,000 miles before reaching the end. And Lu Ming already had several Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons awaken. At the end of the road was a huge wasteland. In the center of the wasteland, there was a huge mountain peak. Roar! Roar! One dragon roar after another reverberated throughout heaven and earth. So many, Lu Ming was dumbfounded with amazement. He saw one blood-red true dragon after another cruising on the wasteland. At a glance, there was no idea how many there were at all. The aura varied in strength. Some were 1-star Heavenly Emperors, some even reached 6-star Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming was not alarmed but delighted instead. So many blood-red true dragons were all treasures in Lu Ming's eyes. To others, these blood-red true dragons were nothing short of murderous. For example, to the foreign races, they were terrifying killing stars. Those foreign races, the strongest was only 6-star Heavenly Emperors. If they rushed here, there was probably only a dead end. No wonder this road on the right has no foreign races. Turns out that it's so dangerous, ha ha ha. Thinking up to here, Lu Ming laughed loudly. In Lu Ming's eyes, these true dragons were all nourishment for the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. If the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was fully awakened, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. When those blood-red true dragons saw Lu Ming, they let out roars and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and dashed over as well. The moment he dashed out, a huge cauldron flew out from his glabella. A total of 9 cauldrons floated out from the cauldrons, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Then, they condensed into the figure of 9 dragons, which opened their mouths and unleashed a powerful devouring force. The power of devouring enveloped those blood-red true dragons. Those below 6-star Heavenly Emperor did not have the strength to fight back at all. They directly turned into streaks of blood-red light and flew into the Nine Dragon Phantom's mouth, turning into energy to stimulate the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. On top of the divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons, they all emitted brilliance. The aura became stronger and stronger. The dragon-shaped carvings on them seemed to have come alive. Very soon, the blood-red true dragons in this area were devoured clean. Lu Ming immediately moved to another place and went to devour the blood-red true dragons in other areas. If those few foreign races knew that Lu Ming entered this place so easily, they would probably be angered to death alive. Lu Ming ran continuously, devouring the blood-red true dragons here. In a short few hours, more than half of the blood-red true dragons here were devoured by Lu Ming. The reason why he spent a few hours was mainly that those blood-red true dragons equivalent to 6-star Heavenly Emperor realms still had some resistance and were harder to deal with. Bang! Just as Lu Ming was about to continue controlling the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to devour the blood-red true dragons, in the middle of the wasteland, that mountain suddenly shook. Then, it emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from that mountain, shaking heaven and earth. This mountain also has a true dragon. Wait a minute, this mountain can't be a great tomb, right? A true dragon great tomb. Lu Ming could not help guessing. And the more he looked, the more it looked like it. It was extremely likely that an extremely powerful true dragon was buried in this mountain. Many years after death, the dragon's soul emitted out, turning into blood-red true dragons. This was extremely likely. The divine Nine Dragon Cauldron only revived after devouring this kind of dragon soul. Roar! On that mountain, the dragon roar became louder and louder. Following that, a dazzling blood-red light pervaded the air. A huge blood-red true dragon rushed out of the mountain, emitting a powerful and astonishing aura. Peak 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. The aura emitted by this blood-red true dragon already reached peak Heavenly Emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Who knows how many years after death, just the remnant dragon soul can reach peak Heavenly Emperor. This true dragon shouldn't have been a powerful martial god realm existence when it was alive, right? Lu Ming guessed, secretly clicking his tongue. Roar! At this moment, the 9 dragon phantoms also let out a long roar. The 9 divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons emitted a resplendent brilliance. The 9 dragon phantoms directly pounced towards that peak Heavenly Emperor realm blood-red true dragon. That blood-red true dragon also pounced towards the 9 dragon phantoms. The 2 enormous dragons intertwined in the air, fighting fiercely. Vast dragon might spread out in all directions. The other blood-red true dragons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make any unusual movements at all. The 2 giant dragons were locked in a fierce battle. It was not that the 9 dragon phantoms' combat strength was so powerful, comparable to a peak Heavenly Emperor. It was not like that. But the 9 dragons seemed to be innately restraining the other party. Or rather, it was restraining the dragon's soul. Therefore, the 2 were locked in battle. This battle was a battle that lasted for a long time. Because once that blood-red true dragon was defeated, it would condense again. However, every time the other party was defeated, the 9 dragons would take the opportunity to devour some of the other party's dragon soul. But that mountain had an endless stream of dragon soul replenishing it. Therefore, that blood-red true dragon maintained its peak state from beginning to end, fighting with the 9 dragons. This battle lasted for a full month. Lu Ming was speechless and simply cultivated at the side. However, after a month of fighting, the 9 dragon phantoms finally gained the upper hand. Because in that mountain, there was finally no more dragon soul replenishment. Without replenishment, every time the other party was defeated by the 9 dragons, a portion would be devoured, and it would become weaker and weaker. In the end, that true dragon was defeated by the 9 dragons, then turned into wisps of light, completely devoured by the 9 dragons. Buzz! After devouring that true dragon, the divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently. It was dazzling, its aura reaching its peak. The divine 9 dragon cauldron had completely awakened. Lu Ming could control it with a thought. What terrifying power! Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Feeling the power emitted from it, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt that if he controlled 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons at the same time now, he would probably be able to erupt with the power of a peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In other words, with the divine nine-dragon cauldron in hand, he could completely fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and continued to devour the remaining blood-red true dragons. Not long after, the blood-red true dragons on the wasteland were all devoured by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Not a single one was left. Chapter 2490. On the opposite side of the wasteland, there was also a path that led straight ahead. No one knew where it led. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the path. He was much more confident now. Now, with the help of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he was not afraid even if he encountered a peak heavenly emperor. Right now, only invincible powerhouses and martial god realm existences posed a threat to Lu Ming. However, the number of such existences was too small. Martial god realm existences, currently, only the foreign race's sacred ancestor and ancestral dragon were left. As for martial emperor powerhouses, the number was also not many. For example, Chaos Emperor and Imperishable Emperor had both fallen. This kind of character had half a foot into the martial god realm. Heavenly realm and evil god realm added up, there were not many. According to what Lu Ming knew, this time, neither the heavenly realm nor the evil god race had such a character come in and stand guard outside. Of course, this was only what it looked like on the surface. Whether there was such a character in the dark or not, Lu Ming could not be sure. Along the way, there was no danger at all on the following road. It was calm and peaceful. Lu Ming advanced at least several thousand miles. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Although the castle looked big from the outside, it was not that exaggerated. After entering, he discovered that the space inside was shockingly large. It probably used spatial technology. After several thousand miles, the road narrowed, only allowing several people to pass side by side. After advancing another 1,000 miles, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Because a door appeared in front of him. It was the end. Lu Ming strode forward, using the divine nine-dragon cauldron to protect himself, and rushed through the door. Behind the door was a vast hall. The hall was filled with dazzling light. When Lu Ming saw it, he was stunned. The source of the light in the hall was many balls of light. In the hall, there were many balls of light. Each ball of light was dazzling. Inside each ball of light was a treasure. Yes, they were treasures. Most of them were battle weapons. There were also some storage rings or storage bracelets. All of them were treasures. There were hundreds of them. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then he flew up and grabbed at a ball of light. Whoosh! However, when Lu Ming approached the ball of light, it flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming chuckled. His muscles trembled as he shot forward, his Tao of the Sovereign Lord transforming into an enormous hand that reached out to grab the ball of light. This time, the ball of light couldn't fly away and was caught in Lu Ming's hand. However, after grabbing the ball of light, Lu Ming didn't take out the battle weapon because it was blocked. That ball of light seemed to be formed by the formation above. It wouldn't be easy to take out the treasure inside. Refine. Lu Ming unleashed his sovereign power and began to refine the ball of light. Fortunately, the defensive power of the ball of light wasn't that strong. After a few minutes, Lu Ming opened it, and a spear-like weapon fell into Lu Ming's hands. It's only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. Lu Ming was a little disappointed when he checked it. This spear was only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. It wasn't very useful to Lu Ming. However, it wasn't bad to bring it out and give it to others. Lu Ming kept it. Then, Lu Ming grabbed another ball of light. Inside this ball of light was also a combat weapon, a combat sword. After being caught by Lu Ming, he refined it for a few minutes. Then, Lu Ming took out the battle sword. It's equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. This time, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This battle sword was actually equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. It was filled with layers of strange formations. Lu Ming injected energy into it and waved the battle sword, erupting with astonishing power. A weapon equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon was priceless. Lu Ming hadn't obtained many of them so far. Even if Lu Ming didn't use it himself, he could bring it out and give it to the Heavenly Realm's Heavenly Emperor. It could greatly increase the Heavenly Realm's combat power. After obtaining a heavenly Tao weapon, Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to grab other balls of light. Next, Lu Ming grabbed dozens of balls of light. However, there weren't many heavenly Tao weapons. However, there were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 heavenly Tao weapons. The rest were almost all Great Emperor weapons. In addition, those storage rings and storage bracelets were mainly made of divine stones. A large number of divine stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, he really hit the jackpot. There were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. There were hundreds of balls of light here. Didn't that mean there were dozens of heavenly Tao weapons? If this was spread out, it would scare people to death. Also, there were a large number of divine stones. Lu Ming wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time in the future. Lu Ming was even more excited as he collected those balls of light. Right at this moment, in the other direction of the main hall, behind a door, a figure flashed, and dozens of figures rushed in. The Evil God Tribe. They were all the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered previously. It seemed that after so long of hard work, these foreign races had finally opened up the left path. The left and right paths ultimately led to this main hall. When these Evil God Tribe members saw those balls of light in the main hall, their eyes burst with a fiery light. When they saw Lu Ming, their fiery light turned into ice-cold killing intent. It's Lu Ming. Damn it, he didn't die. That foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor roared. Lu Ming had entered the right path and actually didn't die. Moreover, he had entered here earlier than them. This made them very puzzled. But now, they didn't think too much about it. Because when they saw Lu Ming collecting those treasures, their eyes turned red. They had worked hard for several months. In their opinion, these treasures were all theirs. Kill him. The foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly, holding a battle blade, taking the lead to charge towards Lu Ming. A cold blade light chopped towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the other foreign races also attacked Lu Ming, wanting to behead Lu Ming. Originally, I wanted to go and find you all after collecting these treasures. Now that you all delivered yourselves, I'll send you all on your way then. Lu Ming opened his mouth indifferently. With a thought, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons flew out. Buzz! The divine 9 dragon cauldrons trembled, emitting a horrifying aura, suppressing towards the several dozen foreign races. Not good. Feeling the power emitted by the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, that 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race was greatly alarmed, erupting with full power, turning the attack into defense. But the other foreign races' reactions were not so fast. Bang! When the divine 9 dragon cauldrons bombarded down, the bodies of those foreign races with weaker cultivation directly exploded. Even 5-star Heavenly Emperors had their bodies torn apart by that vast power of the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, perishing on the spot. Only that 6-star Heavenly Emperor did not perish. But he also sustained serious injuries, retreating while vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The divine 9 dragon cauldrons, 9 cauldrons erupting together, the power was equivalent to peak great emperors. How could these foreign races possibly block it? Run! That foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor turned around and fled without even thinking. But it was already too late. The 9 large cauldrons enlarged rapidly, suppressing in all directions, enveloping him inside. No! The foreign race roared loudly, his battle blades slashing out violently, slashing out several hundred streaks of blade light. Chapter 2491. This foreign race was indeed very strong. He had the cultivation of a 6-star heavenly emperor, and the battle saber in his hand was also a heavenly Tao weapon. However, the divine nine-dragon cauldron was not an ordinary heavenly Tao weapon. Ancestral Gregon had told Lu Ming before that the divine nine-dragon cauldron was refined by Ancestral Gregon with the help of the 9 dragons. It cost Ancestral Gregon and the 9 dragons endless effort. In the end, the 9 dragons used it to suppress the passage. It was no small matter, and its power was far from what an ordinary heavenly Tao weapon could compare to. It had even surpassed the category of a heavenly Tao weapon. Clang! 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 The battle saber of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor constantly slashed on the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Sparks flew in all directions, and it shook continuously. However, every time it collided with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the body of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor would shake. A powerful force blasted towards him, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. After several hundred consecutive collisions, puff! The other party vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. Lu Ming, this time, my race's Saint Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Sha Xian will definitely be able to recover to their peak. At that time, the heavenly realm will definitely be destroyed. You will also die without a burial ground. The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. Comfort yourself. Be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly, trying his best to control the divine nine-dragon cauldron, bombarding down one after another. In the end, the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor finally could not resist. His body cracked and then exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he kept the foreign race's storage bracelet. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to collect those treasures. Instead, he rushed towards the passage that the foreign race had just entered. He would first kill all the foreign races, and then collect the treasures in peace. When he came to that passage, there were actually those blood-red true dragons roaming around. However, the number was much less than the passage on the right. Moreover, they were not too strong. They were much weaker. No wonder those foreign races could rush over. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and swallowed all the blood-red true dragons. Following this path, he walked outside. Indeed, there were some foreign races guarding there. They were all killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the main hall and began to collect those balls of light. After spending a few days, Lu Ming finally collected all the treasures in the balls of light. There were 35 Heaven Dao soldier weapons, and the rest were Great Emperor weapons. There was also a large number of God stones. Lu Ming did not go to collect them. In any case, it was enough for him to use for a while. Especially the 35 Heavenly Dao soldier-level treasures. If he brought them out, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Although this Yellow Springs mountain is dangerous, it is also accompanied by opportunities. Lu Ming sighed. I wonder how Xiaoqing, Bubbles, Dandan, Huangling, and the others are doing. Lu Ming thought of Xian Yanqing and the others and couldn't help but worry. The Yellow Springs world could be said to be extremely dangerous. Not only would he have to face the otherworldly demons, he would also have to face the experts of the Yellow Springs realm. Xian Yanqing and Dandan were still alright, they both reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. As for Bubbles, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, their cultivation levels were still low. Furthermore, there were his 2 disciples. If they encountered the opposing Heavenly Emperor, they would be in danger. All of this would have to depend on their luck. The vast Yellow Springs mountain was huge and boundless. It was as big as the 9 heavens regions of the Heaven realm combined. There were hundreds of large and small countries and forces. In addition, there were large areas of wilderness. Many wilderness areas were uninhabited, but there were also cursed lands. There was a huge lake. The lake water inside was pitch black and emitted shocking devil chi. A figure suddenly appeared in the area. It was Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinqing's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward, walked into the lake, and disappeared. In another place, among the mountains, a mountain range suddenly split open. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust settled, a huge tomb appeared in the direction where the mountain range split open. It was incomparably huge and emitted a vast pressure. A figure rushed out from the gravel. Ha ha ha, I knew it. There's a huge tomb here, and the treasures in this tomb are mine. The figure laughed loudly and rushed into the tomb. In another direction, there was a strange terrain. The ground here was filled with tunnels. These tunnels were connected like a beehive. Two figures appeared at the entrance of one of the tunnels. These two figures were Lu Ming's two disciples, Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli. I didn't expect there to be a cursed land in this wilderness. Senior sister, should we go down and check it out? Ouyang Moli asked. The two of them were lucky. They did not expect to encounter it soon after entering Yellow Springs Mountain. Since we're here, of course we should go in. Lu Xiangxiang said. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in those beehive-like caves. A terrifying suction force gushed out. Oh no! Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were swept into the cave by this force. In other places, many people had fortuitous encounters and entered some mysterious places. The people of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter these places. For example, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others met the top elites of the heavenly realm. They explored a few cursed lands with these elites. Of course, there were also those who were unlucky. They met the other tribes and were killed by them. Or, they were killed by the local elites of Yellow Springs Mountain. Of course, there were also those who were killed by the heavenly realm elites. For example, Lu Ming had killed many of the other tribes since he entered Yellow Springs Mountain. After Lu Ming kept all the treasures, he wandered around the main hall. There were several doors around the main hall. There were 2 doors. They were the doors that Lu Ming and the others had entered through. Lu Ming explored the rest. However, these doors led to the other side halls. There was nothing in those side halls. Soon, there was only one door left. Lu Ming had not explored it. Lu Ming walked in. The passageway led him to a small hall. The hall was completely empty, with only a single statue in it. Seeing this statue, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Because this statue was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming saw in the ruins of Fengming country. Moreover, this statue also emitted a rich sovereign's will. It was many times richer than the one in Fengming country. Could it be that there's such a statue in every cursed land? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. The sovereign's will on the statue was more precious than anything to Lu Ming. It could help Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's path quickly deepen. Comprehend. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the statue and began to comprehend. Lu Ming activated his sovereign's path and resonated with the statue. The rich sovereign's will on the statue enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began to comprehend carefully. The will of the ruler realm on the sculpture was a lot stronger than Fengming was sculpture, thus it would take him a lot more time to comprehend it. It took Lu Ming 2 years to comprehend it. Chapter 2492. Over the past 2 years, Lu Ming had completely comprehended the will of the master on the statue. Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign Tao had improved a lot. However, Lu Ming felt that he was still a little short of breaking through to the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Although the sovereign intent on this statue was very dense, even denser than the statue in Fengminggua. However, as one's cultivation level increased, each breakthrough would be more difficult and the requirements would be higher. When the will of the ruler was fully comprehended, the statue began to crack, just like the statue in Fengminggua. It was filled with cracks, and in the end, it exploded with a bang. It exploded. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation as he ran up to take a look. The statue in Feng Minghua had exploded. There was a fiery red fruit growing under the statue. After Lu Ming refined it, his physical body directly broke through. What would there be this time? There was nothing. When Lu Ming went up to take a look, he discovered that there was only a flat floor under the statue. There was nothing there. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He carefully searched the area but still found nothing. I was too greedy. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. It seemed that the fiery red fruit growing under the statue in Feng Minghua was purely coincidental. Moreover, the harvest this time was already very great. Lu Ming was satisfied. It has been more than 2 years. It's time to leave. Lu Ming smiled and then left this place. After arriving at the platform outside, Lu Ming's body changed rapidly with a thought. In the end, he turned into a purple-haired evil god tribe member with a third eye on his forehead. Lu Ming swaggered out of this cursed land. Outside the cursed land, a group of Dragonians was still guarding there. He's out. When they saw Lu Ming, the group of Dragonians became spirited. After all, it had been 2 years. There had been no movement in the cursed land. They had thought that all the evil god tribe members had died in there. How was it? What did you find inside? After Lu Ming came out, a group of Dragonians surrounded Lu Ming. Everyone, we've encountered a troublesome situation inside. We don't have enough manpower, and another group of experts from my clan has arrived. I need to go and help them. Lu Ming said. So that's how it is. Go then. Those Dragonians did not suspect anything and let Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming easily left this place, then found a hidden place, transformed into a Dragon Man, and swaggered to the capital of the Dragon Man Kingdom. In the Draconid capital, Lu Ming began to collect large amounts of materials related to the cursed land. If there was a statue in every cursed land, it would be very useful to Lu Ming. He might be able to cultivate his Tao of Sovereign to an extremely high level in Yellow Springs Mountain. What Lu Ming lacked now was time. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. For those heavenly emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it was just a fraction of a fraction. If the foreign race's divine ancestor obtained a healing treasure during this trip to Yellow Springs Mountain, and the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor killer heart recovered from their injuries, then the final battle would be imminent. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time to improve quickly before that. Lu Ming stayed in the capital of the Draconid Empire for 2 months. He flipped through a large number of ancient books, all of which were records of the cursed land. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Some were in important places, such as the capital of Fengming Kingdom and the capital of the Draconid Empire. These places were often guarded by the native living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain. As for the cursed lands in the wild, because they were too remote and the natives could not enter, no one cared about them. Lu Ming's target was these cursed lands in the wild. Let's go to Yanming Mountain. After confirming his target, Lu Ming left the capital of the Draconid Empire. After traveling more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming transformed into his true body and called out Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred and the others from his small world. Senior Six Sacred, I'm going to Yanming Mountain. Lu Ming told him his target. We'll go with you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and the group moved together toward Yanming Mountain. Yanming Mountain was very remote and located in the wilderness. There were very few people there, but there was a cursed lands, the Yanming Underground Palace. After flying for tens of millions of miles, the group arrived at the Yanming Underground Palace. But as soon as they entered, they were attacked. This underground palace had a kind of puppet covered in flames. It was very strong. The group broke through and entered. This underground palace should not have been plundered by anyone. They obtained a lot of good things, but compared to what Lu Ming had obtained in the Draconid Empire, this was considered little. And in the depths of this underground palace, Lu Ming saw another statue. Just what is the origin of this statue's owner? There's a statue in every cursed land. Could it be the owner of Yellow Springs Mountain? Lu Ming guessed. Moreover, this statue also had a strong sovereign aura. But compared to the statue in the Draconid Empire's cursed lands, it was not much different. Lu Ming spent some time to completely comprehend it. The statue also shattered, but there was still nothing underneath it. After that, they left the Yanming underground palace and went to the next cursed lands. In the following days, Lu Ming and the others went to various cursed lands in the wilderness. Some of them had gained something, but some of them were empty. They had clearly been plundered. But for Lu Ming, every cursed land was a land of treasure. The reason for that was because there was a statue in every cursed land. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others also knew that these statues were very useful to Lu Ming, so they waited patiently in every cursed land. Moreover, in some cursed lands, they also encountered foreign tribes and fought with them. But with Lu Ming's current battle strength, they naturally swept away those foreign tribes. Just like this, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming and the others explored no less than 20 cursed lands. Unfortunately, many of the statues in the cursed lands did not have a very strong sovereign aura. Lu Ming could easily comprehend them, but it did not improve Lu Ming's sovereign Tao by much. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation base still improved, and he stepped into the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming's strength also increased by a level. Now that Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, the combination of his sovereign Tao and physical body was enough to match his 6-star Heavenly Emperor. I still have to find some large cursed lands. Sitting cross-legged under a statue in one of the cursed lands, Lu Ming thought to himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had already figured out the pattern. In small cursed lands, the sovereign aura in the statues was thinner. Chapter 2493. However, most of the large cursed lands were in the hands of powerful factions. For example, those factions with invincible powerhouses guarding them. Also, the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs Mountain was in the hands of the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs Mountain, the Yellow Springs Empire. Without a doubt, the Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. It was also the only faction with an immortal overseeing it. Moreover, there was more than one immortal overseeing the entire Yellow Springs world. It could be said that all the factions in the Yellow Springs world were vassals of the Yellow Springs Empire. The Yellow Springs Empire. Thinking of the Yellow Springs Empire, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. He had checked the ancient records before and knew that the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs world was in the Yellow Springs Empire. Legend had it that there were fruits of life in the cursed land. No matter how serious the injury, it could be healed. Even if it was an immortal, it would be very effective. Moreover, there were other treasures in it. Lu Ming guessed that the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor would definitely go to the Yellow Springs Empire because only the fruits of life there could heal their injuries. However, that place was not somewhere he could go now. It would be a waste of time to go against the other tribe's divine ancestor. It was better to focus on improving his strength first. Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the sovereign intent on the statue in front of him. The sovereign intent on the statue was very faint. Lu Ming spent less than a month to completely comprehend it. After searching for a while and finding nothing else, Lu Ming met up with Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and headed outside. After leaving the ruins, they chose a direction and flew away. Wait! After flying for a while, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and stopped. The others also stopped. Something's wrong. This area is too quiet. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints was very experienced and immediately felt that something was wrong. This area was completely silent. It was as if there were no living creatures, not even insects. Something was definitely wrong. At this moment, figures flashed in all directions and a large number of figures appeared, surrounding Lu Ming and the rest. Among these people, there were great emperors and heavenly emperors. They all emitted cold killing intent as they stared at Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, who are you? Why are you surrounding us? Lu Ming asked. The people who will kill you. A cold voice sounded, and two figures walked out from the crowd. Evil God race. Lu Ming, Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the two of them. Lu Ming. When the two members of the evil god race turned their gazes toward Lu Ming, they emitted cold killing intent. Kill them. One of the members of the evil god race gave the order. Whoosh! 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 Those experts immediately moved, charging at Lu Ming and the others. Over 100 attacks were sent out, wanting to drown Lu Ming and the others. The strongest is a 5-star heavenly emperor. As soon as these people attacked, Lu Ming judged their strength. The strongest were 5-star heavenly emperors. There were only 2 people. The rest were all below 5-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming summoned the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 cauldrons floated in the surroundings, blocking all the attacks. Then, with a tremor, they blasted out in all directions. The power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely strong. How could these people block it? Terrifying power blasted out, and miserable screams rang out. These people exploded one by one. Even the 2 5-star heavenly emperors were the same. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The 2 members of the evil god race were even weaker. They were only 1-star heavenly emperors, and they were also killed in an instant. Lu Ming rushed over and collected all the storage rings. Let's go. Lu Ming said. The group quickly left this place and flew toward the north. However, along the way, their expressions were somewhat grave. Other than the 2 members of the evil god race, the others were obviously natives. Could it be that some major force was controlled by the evil god race, so they sent people to guard some cursed lands to hunt down the experts of the heaven realm? They guessed. They flew all the way. 2 days later, they arrived in the vicinity of another cursed land. However, in the vicinity of the cursed land, they saw a battle. A group of people was besieging more than a dozen heaven realm experts. Moreover, those heaven realm experts were clearly at a disadvantage. There were already 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. There were humans and divine beasts. And those who besieged the heaven realm experts were clearly natives. However, they saw a few members of the evil god race among them. Kill! Lu Ming and the others charged out without hesitation. Lu Ming was now controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and he was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. There was no suspense in the battle. Lu Ming wiped out these people and a few members of the evil god race. Many thanks. Those dozen or so heaven realm experts were very excited after surviving a calamity. They thanked Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. We don't know either. They had just finished exploring this cursed land. After leaving the cursed land for a distance, they were besieged. A burly man said. The situation is the same. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. In the past 2 days, they had been rushing on their way. They had already left the territory of the previous faction and arrived at another faction. However, the actions of this faction were the same as the previous faction. Could it be that the surrounding major factions were all controlled by the evil god race? Or were they cooperating with the evil god race? Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, everyone gathered and left this place together. A day later, they arrived in the vicinity of a huge city. However, there were people checking the city gates around this city. Let's go over and take a look. Lu Ming and the others discussed. Then, they changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and walked toward a city gate. All of you, if you want to enter the city, you have to pass through this door. Do you understand? An ox-headed man opened his eyes wide and berated. Lu Ming discovered that outside the city gate, there was a pitch-black door. It was not big and was engraved with strange patterns. Everyone who entered the city had to pass through this door. Buzz! Suddenly, when a white-haired old man passed through that door emitted a bright light. The aura of the heaven realm, kill him. A cold shout rang out. Then, experts pounced out from all directions. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. 2 5-star heavenly emperors and 1 6-star heavenly emperor pounced out. That white-haired old man shouted and retreated rapidly. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang! A few attacks landed on the white-haired old man and killed him directly. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Damn it, it's the evil god race. Someone growled. However, he suppressed his voice and didn't spread it out. It's definitely the evil god race. The door they created can detect the heaven realm aura on us. Chapter 2494. A person's aura could be concealed, but the aura of the world was difficult to conceal. What was the aura of the world? For example, if one was born in the heaven realm or the primordial realm and cultivated in these two worlds for a long time, comprehending the laws of the two worlds and absorbing the origin energy of the two worlds, one would naturally have the aura of the two worlds. This kind of aura was contained in the essence of life and was difficult to conceal or remove. This was the essence of the world. After that old man entered that door, his aura of the heaven realm was detected and he was killed. Who would specifically search for living beings of the heaven realm? It must be the evil god race. Obviously, the evil god race had created such a door. Anyone who wanted to enter the city would be detected with the aura of the heaven realm. The people of the evil god realm or the Yellow Springs Mountain did not have the aura of the heaven realm. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then silently turned to leave. The group left this place. 2 days later, they arrived at another large city. However, they discovered that this large city was also being investigated. There was also a door that could detect the aura of people of the heaven realm. They left silently. In the next half a month, they traveled a long distance, passing through 5 or 6 factions and 7 or 8 large cities. However, they were all the same. All the factions and cities were being investigated. What's going on? Could it be that all the powerful factions are controlled by the evil god race? Someone growled, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming and the others also had grave expressions. The premonition in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. This was troublesome. Looking at the current situation, those major factions seemed to be controlled by the evil god race. If this continued, the living beings of the heaven realm would lose many experts. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cursed lands. They were all occupied by the evil god race. What should we do now? Someone asked. If they went to those cursed lands, they would be ambushed by the enemy. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cities. Now, where should they go? To the Yellow Springs Empire. Lu Ming said. Yellow Springs Empire? The others' expressions changed. The Yellow Springs Empire was the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs world. There was more than one deity overseeing it, and there were many experts under it. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Empire was the largest cursed land. Most likely, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor would rush there. They weren't strong enough to go to the Yellow Springs Empire. Right, let's go to the Yellow Springs Empire. I keep feeling that something happened to the Yellow Springs Empire. Otherwise, why would all the major factions in the surroundings listen to the evil god race's orders? Lu Ming frowned. Alright, let's go. Alright. The others nodded. Immediately, they flew in the direction of the Yellow Springs Empire. They flew to remote places and did not pass by those big cities. Boom. Boom. After flying for a few days, they suddenly heard a violent explosion in front of them. Clang. A terrifying collision sound rang out. They saw a spear shoot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared, crossing the sky and colliding with the spear. Heaven and earth were shattered. Even though they were very far away, they were still able to sense the terrifying oppressive might. This is a battle between peak heavenly emperors. The expressions of heavenly venerate 6 saints and the others changed drastically. Moo! At this moment, the roar of a bull reverberated between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shook, and many mountains directly exploded. Titan Longhorn Bull! Lu Ming exclaimed. Lu Ming would never mishear the voice of the Titan Longhorn Bull. He had heard it several times. Obviously, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the others had encountered a strong enemy. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming flew forward. Heavenly venerate 6 saints and the others also flew forward. After flying for a distance, they finally saw the scene in front. Lu Ming saw the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. On the heaven realm side, there were a total of more than 50 people. However, they were besieged by a group of people. Among them, there were Evil God Race and Yellow Springs Mountain native experts. There were more than 100 people, double the number of the heaven realm side. On the heaven realm side, they were completely focused on defense. On the heaven realm side, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm were not the strongest. They were both seriously injured and only had the combat strength of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor and a 6-star Heavenly Emperor respectively. On the Heaven Realm side, there was a burly man wearing battle armor and holding a spear. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was a peak Heavenly Emperor. However, the other party also had a peak Heavenly Emperor. Dula. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The other party's peak Heavenly Emperor was actually Dula, the Dula who guarded the Eternal Cage in the Evil God Realm back then. He and the burly man wearing battle armor from the Heaven Realm were locked in a fierce battle. However, the others from the Heaven Realm were at a disadvantage. Because on the Evil God Race's side, there were a total of 9 6-star Heavenly Emperors. This level of expert was completely above the Heaven Realm side. The Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm, and the other experts from the Heaven Realm defended with all their might, but they were still at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Charge out! The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly, transforming into his true form. Bull horns were like sharp battle blades as he charged forward with all his might. But his injuries back then were too severe. Now, he only had the cultivation of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Being beaten back repeatedly by a 6-star Heavenly Emperor from the other party, one move. The other party had too many experts. They could not charge out at all. Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm, you guys were lucky enough to survive the ancient war. This time, I'll send you all on your way completely. Attack with all your might and kill them as soon as possible. Dula said coldly. The others' attacks became even more berserk. And at this time, Lu Ming and the rest also rushed over. Many people's gazes involuntarily looked towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you. After seeing Lu Ming, Dula let out an angry roar. Cold killing intent seemed to want to freeze heaven and earth. Back then, he guarded the Eternal Cage, but Lu Ming escaped with a group of people. This made him receive the punishment of the Evil God Race's upper echelons. Not just that, he was even mocked by the other members of the Evil God Race. One had to know, the Eternal Cage, since ancient times, no one had escaped. But during the period when he, Dula, was guarding it, someone escaped. Furthermore, so many experts even escaped. All of this was Lu Ming. It was all Lu Ming's fault. Dula regarded this as extraordinary shame and humiliation, thinking about how to find Lu Ming to settle the score every day. Seeing Lu Ming at this moment, his eyes were truly exceptionally red with envy. But when the Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm and the rest saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, quickly leave. The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly. The other party had too many experts. Lu Ming's current cultivation was still weak. Rushing up was simply courting death. Want to leave now? It's too late. Let me send him on his way. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor Realm Evil God race member laughed loudly and directly charged towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming did not retreat in the slightest, directly controlling the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to blast toward the other party. Bang! Chapter 2495. The 9 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons all erupted with power equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor. How terrifying was that? The attack of that evil god tribe member was instantly shattered. Struck by the terrifying power, his body trembled violently as he retreated rapidly, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone's heart trembled violently. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor was actually repelled by Lu Ming in one move. Furthermore, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming was this strong. Even the Titan Longhorn Beetle was blinking its eyes hard, thinking that it was seeing things. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to charge at his opponent. Come and help me! That member of the evil god race turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 people rushed towards Lu Ming. These 3 people were all 6-star Heavenly Emperors. Adding that evil god race member from before, there were a total of 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors. 2 members of the evil god tribe and 2 natives. The 4 of them erupted with all of their strength and attacked together, blasting out a terrifying attack. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors bombarded the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron one after another. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron trembled unceasingly, but those 4 powerhouses were also struck back repeatedly, nearly vomiting blood. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Someone spoke, his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming continued to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to bombard his opponent. The 9 Divine Cauldrons resonated with each other. Dragon roars rang out, and their might was extremely powerful. The other party's 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors teamed up and were still no match, being suppressed by Lu Ming, continuously retreating. At this time, Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others had already arrived and were attacking the other opponents. They were locked in a fierce battle. In this way, the pressure on the Heaven Realm was greatly reduced. Ha, good, good. The Titan Longhorn Beetle laughed heartily as it charged forward with all its might. His strength was truly astonishing. Even if he was only left with the cultivation of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor, he could also have a fierce battle with a 6-star Heavenly Emperor for a while. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had the complete upper hand in this series of collisions. Every time they collided, his opponent had to retreat. Puff! Finally, that member of the evil god tribe that had been injured by Lu Ming earlier couldn't take it anymore and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Come and help us! That member of the evil god race roared. They had a total of 9 6-star Heavenly Emperors. The other 2 wanted to rush over to help and attack Lu Ming together. However, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm and the others did their best to tie down their opponents. As a result, the battle became a stalemate, and Lu Ming's side even had a slight advantage. Damn it, damn it! Duo roared furiously, his face twisting. It was Lu Ming again. Lu Ming had ruined it again. Today, they could have killed a few experts from the Heaven Realm in one fell swoop. But now, because of Lu Ming's appearance, the battle situation had tilted again. Lu Ming, die! Duo's face was contorted extremely ugly. He roared furiously, finding time to attack Lu Ming but was blocked by Lu Ming with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming was currently controlling the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and was completely unafraid of Duo's attack. Duo, how have you been? No, you don't look very good, ha! Lu Ming laughed mockingly. At the same time, he stepped up his attacks, making the other party retreat repeatedly. For 6-star Heavenly Emperors could only block him for a short while, but they could not last for long. Retreat, retreat! Duol roared furiously, then erupted with a frenzied attack, exchanging several blows with that burly man in battle armor. He found time to attack Lu Ming a few times, blocking Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. And those 4 6-star heavenly emperors took the opportunity to hurriedly retreat, joining up with the other 5 6-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming continued to charge over. But the other party did not linger and retreated rapidly. Duol also shook off his opponent and joined up with the rest of the evil god tribe, retreating while fighting. Duol and the rest's forces were only a little weaker than Lu Ming and the rest. At this time, they were bent on retreating. Lu Ming and the rest also found it very difficult to make them stay. After chasing for a while, Duol and the rest finally retreated. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have already reached this step. This time, it's all thanks to your help. The Titan Longhorn Beetle walked over to thank him. Senior is too serious. I also relied on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming smiled slightly and put away the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Then, everyone introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the burly man in battle armor was called Zhanli. He was a peak powerhouse who rose up after the ancient war, with the cultivation of a peak heavenly emperor. In the past, he had always been cultivating in the lair of Zulong. Seniors, do you know what happened? Along the way, we discovered that the native major forces seem to be cooperating with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming asked. Something big has happened. Zhanli sighed. The Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the rest also had solemn expressions. Lu Ming and Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints were shocked. Even the Titan Longhorn Beetle, these big shots who had seen great storms and waves, were like this. What had happened? The reason why the surrounding major forces listened to the evil god tribe and cooperated with them to deal with the heaven realm is because of the orders issued by the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan Longhorn Beetle said. The Yellow Spring Empire, it really is the Yellow Spring Empire. Senior, what happened to the Yellow Spring Empire? Lu Ming asked. The largest cursed land in the Yellow Spring world is in the Yellow Spring Empire. Legend has it that there are fruits of life inside. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Even the injuries of the gods can be cured. However, to enter this cursed land, one must obtain the help of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. Therefore, Senior Ancestral Dragon and the foreign race's divine ancestor have all come to the Yellow Spring Empire, wanting to cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. This way, there will be competition between them. We've received news that Senior Ancestral Dragon has been defeated. The foreign race's divine ancestor has gained the trust of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan Longhorn Beetle explained. What? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The Ancestral Dragon had been defeated in the competition of the Yellow Spring Empire. They finally understood why the surrounding major forces had cooperated with the evil god tribe to deal with the people of the Heaven Realm. That was the order of the Yellow Spring Empire. Who in the Yellow Spring world would dare to disobey the order of the Yellow Spring Empire? Then what about Senior Ancestral Dragon? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. We don't know if he's dead or alive. The Titan Longhorn Beetle said. Rumble. It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's minds. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Not knowing if the Ancestral Dragon was dead or alive was an unbearable blow to anyone in the Heaven Realm. The Ancestral Dragon was the backbone of the Heaven Realm. Currently, in the entire Heaven Realm and Primordial World, only the Ancestral Dragon had reached the Martial God Realm. However, the evil god tribe had the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Sha Xian. In the martial god realm, they were already at a disadvantage and felt a sense of danger at all times. If something happened to the ancestral dragon, the heaven realm and primordial world would have no hope. They were no match for the evil god tribe and were destined to be destroyed. Chapter 2496. Without the ancestral dragon, how were they supposed to fight the battle? Senior Ancestral Dragon has experienced the ancient battle. What kind of danger has he not encountered? Besides, Senior Ancestral Dragon is a martial god realm expert. His capabilities are incomparable to ours. I believe Senior Ancestral Dragon won't be in danger that easily. Lu Ming said. I agree, we shouldn't worry too much. What we should do now is to improve ourselves and eliminate the evil god tribe. Zhanli said. Despite that, the others still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. There was more than one god in the Yellow Spring Empire. If they were to team up with the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes to deal with the ancestral dragon, the situation would be different. After all, the ancestral dragon had yet to recover from his injuries, thus he was not in his peak condition. Lu Ming, where are you going? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. We were planning to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation, but I've decided to pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. The Yellow Spring Empire? The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others were startled. That's right, I'm going to investigate Senior Ancestral Dragon's situation. Since we can't go to the other factions or the Cursed Lands, we might as well pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. Instead of hiding and wasting their time, it was better to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation. Only by knowing the situation would they be able to deal with the situation. But, the evil god tribe has done something to the entrance of the Yellow Spring Empire. Any living being from the heaven realm will be detected as soon as they come close. We won't be able to enter the Yellow Spring Empire. Zhanli sighed. Senior, I won't take the risk easily. If we can't enter the Yellow Spring Empire, I'll see if I can find anything nearby. Lu Ming said. How about this, we'll go together. We can look after one another. The 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm said. Alright, we'll go together. Zhanli, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others nodded. Alright, seniors, if you all enter my little world, it'll be easier for me to move around on my own. Lu Ming said. Sure. The others nodded. With a thought, Lu Ming's minor world appeared. Everyone turned into rays of light and entered Lu Ming's minor world. After that, Lu Ming changed his appearance and headed for the Yellow Springs Imperial capital alone. The Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs Empire's territory alone was comparable to the Grand Lucid Sky realm. Around the Yellow Springs Empire, there were other forces of various sizes. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively as he traveled through the void. He was many times faster than before. In less than a day, Lu Ming arrived in the vicinity of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. The Yellow Springs Imperial capital was incomparably majestic. It was even bigger than Two Worlds City, and bigger than any city Lu Ming had ever seen. Numerous paths led to the Yellow Springs Imperial capital. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Yellow Springs Empire were towering mountains that reached into the clouds. Lu Ming appeared on a mountain and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the evil god tribe had tampered with the gates of the Yellow Springs Imperial capital. As long as one entered, they would be able to detect the aura of the heaven realm. Lu Ming changed directions and looked at the other city gates. It was the same. Lu Ming even saw traces of the evil god tribe at some of the city gates. How can I sneak into the Yellow Springs Imperial capital? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he couldn't enter the Yellow Springs Imperial capital, it would be difficult to obtain useful information. Who is it? Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and shouted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He felt that there was a strange movement in the space behind him. Lu Ming, your spiritual sense is getting sharper. A chuckle sounded. Then, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If this beautiful woman wasn't Xian Yanqing, who else could she be? Lu Ming did not expect to run into Xian Yanqing here. Lu Ming, you have made great progress in your cultivation. Xian Yanqing smiled and walked over, holding Lu Ming's large hand. As your man, how can I not improve? I'm about to be surpassed by you. Lu Ming smiled. At the same time, he also discovered that Xian Yanqing had also improved greatly. Now, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had shockingly reached 5-star Heavenly Emperor. One had to know, when they entered the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xian Yanqing's cultivation was a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. In a short 20 years, Xian Yanqing's cultivation broke through 3 levels in a row. This was extremely shocking. Xian Yanqing's cultivation was that of a Heavenly Emperor, not a Great Emperor. Every step a Heavenly Emperor took was very difficult. In 20 years, breaking through 3 levels in a row, if this got out, it would scare people to death. Lu Ming discovered that ever since Xian Yanqing devoured her past life's memories, her cultivation speed became even more terrifying. Compared to before devouring, it was much faster. However, even so, it also would not be fast like this. Lu Ming knew that in the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xian Yanqing most likely had a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, Xian Yanqing's combat strength was extremely powerful. Back then, when she was a peak Great Emperor, she could already fight with Lu Ming. Now, although Xian Yanqing's cultivation was a 5-star Heavenly Emperor, she could definitely fight with a peak Great Emperor, or even stronger. Shameless, believe it or not, I'll beat you down right now. Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, but her face was full of smiles. Little Qing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. Now, there are shadows of the evil god tribe everywhere. The other forces are cooperating with the evil god tribe. I heard that something happened to the ancestral dragon here, so I came to take a look. Xian Yanqing said. It's a pity that the evil god tribe has set up formations that can detect the aura of the heavenly realm at the 4 city gates. We can't enter at all. Otherwise, we could go in and ask for information. Lu Ming said helplessly. The entire city walls of the Yellow Springs Empire were set up with formations. They could not fly in directly. If they wanted to enter or leave, they had to enter through the 4 city gates. This is easy. I have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body. Xian Yanqing said. You have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body? Lu Ming was shocked and very surprised. It was easy to hide one's aura. However, the aura of the heavenly realm and the primordial realm was invisible and intangible. Usually, one could not sense it, but it was engraved in one's bones and soul. It was indelible. You are a creature of the heavenly realm and primordial realm, so you were born with the imprint of these 2 worlds. Xian Yanqing could actually hide it. On second thought, Lu Ming felt relieved. Xian Yanqing had devoured and merged with the memories of her previous life. Her background in her previous life was probably very shocking and unfathomable. It was normal for her to have all kinds of strange methods. Now you know how powerful I am. Xian Yanqing smiled. Then, her 10 fingers bloomed like lotus flowers. Strange patterns appeared and finally condensed into a black lotus flower. The black lotus flower flew toward Lu Ming and merged into Lu Ming's body. Done. Xian Yanqing said and then continued to form seals. A lotus flower also appeared on her body and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 2497. Alright, let's set off. Lu Ming said. He naturally would not doubt whether Xian Yanqing's method was useful or not. He trusted Xian Yanqing 100%. The 2 changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and flew toward the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital city gates. Arriving at the city gates, looking at it from a close distance, they discovered that runes were inscribed on both sides of the city gates. This was the grand array set up by the evil god race. As long as a heaven realm or primordial realm life form entered, those runes would immediately react. On both sides of the city gates, there was a team of soldiers wearing battle armor standing guard. They're all heavenly emperors. Lu Ming sensed and discovered that these soldiers guarding the city gates were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. In addition, there were also some experts hiding near the city gates. Although they were very secretive, Lu Ming grasped the Tao of Sovereign, ruling over heaven and earth. His perception was extremely sharp and naturally sensed it very easily. They were all powerhouses, even peak heavenly emperors, and more than one. Regarding the Yellow Spring Empire's strength, Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. The entire Yellow Spring world's strength was definitely stronger than either the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. In fact, even if the two sides joined forces, they could not compare to the Yellow Spring world. Fortunately, the people of the Yellow Spring world had been cursed for generations and found it difficult to leave Yellow Spring Mountain. Otherwise, the situation outside would have long changed. The two people swaggered into the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. In the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, there were people of all races, and there were also many humans. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lu Ming two people. Lu Ming two people walked around and did not discover any traces of the evil god race. They found someone to sound them out but did not obtain much useful information either. The two people simply found an inn to stay in. In the following 10 days, the two people appeared in various parts of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, but did not obtain much useful information. On this day, the two people strolled around the largest market square in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. In the Yellow Spring world, there were many treasures that did not exist outside. The two people also bought some along the way. That's the first prince. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front, he saw a youth with a head full of golden hair. This youth was precisely the evil god race's number one on the 10,000 years list, the first prince. The third eye on the first prince's forehead was closed. He had a head full of golden hair and looked no different from a human. He was incomparably handsome, like a natural sun. Wherever he went, he would attract the attention of others. Around them, some young women kept looking at Prince Dai, their eyes shining. However, when they saw the woman beside the first prince, their gazes dimmed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a purple one-piece dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Compared to her, all the other women around her seemed to pale in comparison. Most importantly, this woman came from a huge family in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, the Yellow Spring Empire's largest alchemist family, the O family. O Xing, the eldest daughter of the O clan, how could those girls dare to compare? The first prince and the eldest daughter of the O family, O Xing, had an intimate expression as they strolled through the streets and bought things together. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and followed the two from a distance. Since he had encountered the first prince, how could Lu Ming let him go so easily? The first prince had a high status in the evil god tribe and should know a lot of secrets. After the first prince and O Xing strolled around, they left the market and walked toward a bustling street. Soon, they entered a spacious mansion. Lu Ming and O Xing followed them in. With Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's current cultivation, the first prince and O Xing would not be able to discover them. Behind the mansion, there was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a lake, and in the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion. The first prince and O Xing arrived at the pavilion. The first prince put his hand on O Xing's waist and chatted with her. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing appeared not far away. Lu Ming waved his hand and the space cracked open. He and Xian Yanqing entered the spatial crack and appeared above the pavilion in the next moment. Lu Ming had comprehended the space-time law when he was a true emperor. Now that he had comprehended the Tao of Sovereign, his control of space had reached the point of perfection. The two of them were in the space above the pavilion. The first prince and O Xing did not notice them at all. Moreover, Lu Ming and the rest could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them. Xing, I heard that your O family has the life-death pill. Is that true? The first prince asked. Of course it's true. My O family is the number one alchemy family in the Yellow Springs Empire. O Xing smiled. Her tone was filled with pride. Is the life-death pill really as miraculous as the legends say? The first prince asked again. Of course. You should know that the Yellow Springs Empire's largest cursed land, Yellow Springs Island, has a tree of life. The tree of life will bear a kind of fruit after a long period of time. It is called the fruit of life. The fruit of life is miraculous. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal it. It can even heal the injury of a god. As for the life and death pill, it was refined using the fruit of life. Before the 10,000 calamities, there were people from the outer world like you who brought out the fruit of life from Yellow Springs Island. My family was fortunate enough to obtain one and refined it into 9 life and death pills. Although the efficacy of the life-death pill is not as strong as the fruit of life, it is only useless for gods. For those below the god realm, no matter how serious the injury is, even if the life origin is damaged, one pill can heal it. After so many years of consumption, my family only has 3 pills left. Xing explained. Her pride was even stronger. Life-death pill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with passion. The life-death pill was actually refined from the fruit of life. No matter how serious the injury was, one pill could heal it. It was the same even if the life origin was damaged. Lu Ming was tempted. An injury to the life origin was not an ordinary injury. Ordinary injuries were nothing to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Even if their bodies exploded, they could still heal it. However, an injury to the life origin was very difficult to heal. For many experts, if the battle was too fierce, their life origin would be injured. For example, the Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demonic silkworm, ancestral dragon, and other races' divine ancestors had injured their life origin. However, the life-death pill could heal these injuries quickly. If they could obtain the life-death pill, wouldn't the injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm be healed quickly and return to their peak state? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing continued to listen. It's so magical. Xing, I'm really curious. Can you let me take a look at the life-death pill? The first prince asked. Let you take a look? That won't do. If my father and ancestral dragon know about it, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Xing said. Xing, I'm just curious. I want to take a look and see it for myself. Just take a look and they won't know. Don't you trust me? The first prince said softly. Xing did not agree at first. However, after the first prince coaxed her, Xing finally agreed. She secretly took out the life-death pill and showed it to the first prince. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. Chapter 2498. The first prince and Xing agreed to meet here 3 days later. After that, they both left. Originally, Lu Ming had planned to take down the first prince and get some information, but now he changed his mind and decided to wait for 3 more days. He naturally had his eyes on the life and death pill. After the first prince and Xing left, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing waited in the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, night fell. The first prince had been waiting for a long time. In the middle of the night, a figure flew over. It was Xing. Xing, did you bring the life and death pill? The first prince quickly asked. I brought it, but I have to put it back quickly. If my father finds out, it won't be good. Xing said. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and broaden my horizons. The first prince smiled. Xing nodded. Her hand moved and a jade bottle appeared in her palm. There were some inscriptions on the jade bottle. Xing's fingers danced and runes flew toward the jade bottle. Then, the jade bottle emitted a radiance. After a while, the radiance dimmed. It's done. Xing smiled and handed the jade bottle to the first prince. The first prince quickly took it and poured out a pill. It was a pill the size of a pigeon's egg. It was milky white and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Even Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, who were hiding in the void, could smell it. Is this the life and death pill? The first prince whispered. He lowered his head and carefully sized it up. His eyes were filled with greed. After sizing it up for a while, the first prince put the life and death pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Xing. He smiled and said, Xing, I'll return it to you. And, I'll return it now. Xing smiled and reached out to take it. But at this moment, the first prince's palm glowed and like a sword, he attacked Oh Xing's dantian with lightning speed. At such a close distance and with the first prince's sneak attack, ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. But at the moment the first prince attacked, Oh Xing's body glowed. A bright light spread out and turned into a set of armor that covered her body. At the same time, Oh Xing quickly retreated. Boom! The first prince's palm strike landed on Oh Xing's armor, but it was easily neutralized by the armor. Oh Xing retreated 100 meters and stood on the surface of the lake. Her face was extremely ugly. First, why? Why? Oh Xing roared, her face full of disappointment. So you were already prepared for me? The first prince's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he raised the jade bottle in his hand and sneered, life or death pill. No matter how serious your injuries are, one pill can heal you. Each pill is equivalent to a life. Such a peerless pill can only be used by following me. Do you understand? You said that you would stay in the Yellow Springs realm and accompany me for the rest of your life. Was that all a lie? Oh Xing asked. Nonsense, I still have important things to do, why would I stay here? This place is nothing but a cursed place. The first prince sneered. Sigh, I was too naive. Oh Xing sighed and her disappointment deepened. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance. If you didn't attack me today, I would treat you wholeheartedly. I could even beg my father to give you a life or death pill in the future. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. After Oh Xing finished speaking, her eyes suddenly burst out with cold killing intent as she waved her hand. Rip! Behind Oh Xing, the space suddenly split open and two figures appeared. They were two old men in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. They were two heavenly emperors. One was a 3-star heavenly emperor, and the other was a 2-star heavenly emperor. Seeing the two of them, the first prince's face was gloomy as he said, Bitch, not only have you been guarding against me, you even secretly brought people here. Are you trying to kill me? Originally, I brought them here just in case. If you didn't do anything, they wouldn't have appeared. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Give me the life or death pill and I will leave your corpse intact. Oh Xing said coldly. Ha ha ha, bitch, do you think I didn't prepare for this? I have long been guarding against you. You don't trust me, and I have never trusted you. Come out. The first prince waved his hand. The void trembled, and suddenly, several figures appeared in the surrounding space. There were a total of 6 people, all of whom were from the evil god tribe. Moreover, all of them were heavenly emperors. There were even 2 4-star heavenly emperors among them. Seeing these people, Oh Xing's face became miserable. First prince, I was just joking with you. Look at our relationship, let me go. An ugly smile appeared on Oh Xing's face. Let you go? I don't want to be enemies with your O clan. Although your O clan doesn't have a martial god and I am not afraid of you, you are still troublesome. You can go in peace. I will use these 3 life or death pills well. Attack. The first prince sneered, his voice was ice cold as he gave the order. Miss, leave quickly. Behind Oh Xing, the 2 old men brought Oh Xing and rushed in a direction. However, the 6 people from the evil god tribe also attacked. They sealed the heaven and earth, surrounded the 3 of them, and blasted out terrifying attacks. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 old men brought by Oh Xing were not a match for them at all. They exploded as soon as they attacked. First bastard, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death, Oh Xing cursed crazily. However, in the next moment, she was hit by the attacks of several heavenly emperors and instantly turned into ashes. Her body and soul were destroyed. In the void, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were speechless as they watched. However, this was equivalent to a dog biting another dog. Before this, the 2 of them would naturally not attack. After killing O Xing and the two experts of the O clan, the first prince was ecstatic. He took out the jade bottle again and poured out 3 pills in succession. All of them were life or death pills. The medicinal fragrance was incomparably rich. Ha ha ha, what a great harvest. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly. The first prince laughed heartily. Then, he put away the jade bottle and turned around to leave. However, after flying for a while, he discovered that the 6 people from the evil god tribe were still standing in the air, motionless. I told you to leave quickly. Didn't you hear me? The first prince turned around and said somewhat impatiently. However, when he turned around, his pupils suddenly widened. That was because the 6 people from the evil god tribe seemed to be fixed in the air, unable to move at all. Only their faces revealed frightened expressions. Who is it? The first prince's hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and hurriedly turned around to check. Old friends meeting, am I not welcome? A soft laugh rang out. The space cracked open, and Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing walked out. Lu Ming, why is it you? How did you come in here? The first prince's pupils rapidly widened. He roared loudly, revealing a look of disbelief. The gates of the Yellow Spring Empire's imperial capital were engraved with a formation that could detect the aura of the Heaven Realm. The living beings of the Heaven Realm could not enter the imperial capital at all. The first prince had never expected that he would meet Lu Ming here. Chapter 2500. Seeing Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others immediately flew toward him. Lu Ming, what's the situation now? Where are you? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. I'm currently in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. Lu Ming said. Yellow Spring Empire's capital? How did you get in? The Titan Longhorn Beetle's eyes widened in astonishment. The others reacted the same way. This is all thanks to my wife. She used a secret technique to conceal the aura of the Heaven Realm. That's why I was able to enter. I've already found news about Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming said. How's Senior Ancestral Dragon? The Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, and the others looked at Lu Ming nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to the Ancestral Dragon. Senior Ancestral Dragon isn't dead. He only escaped from the Yellow Spring Empire's capital with injuries. Lu Ming briefly explained what he knew. That's great. Everyone let out relieved sighs when they heard that the Ancestral Dragon was fine. I've also found out that the evil god tribe will send their experts to attack a cursed land. There should be experts from the Heaven Realm there. I'm afraid we'll have to fight them. Lu Ming said. Fight, we must fight them. Yeah, I'm going to kill those scum of the evil god tribe. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others yelled furiously. Seniors, Lu Ming has something for you. Lu Ming glanced at the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm as a jade jar appeared in his hand. Something for us? The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm were confused. This is a pill I've found from a herbalist family in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. It's called the Life-Death Pill. It has the effect of stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth. Anyone below the martial god realm will be healed regardless of how serious their injuries are, even if their life force is damaged. Lu Ming said. What? There's such a pill in this world? Everyone opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Lu Ming, how can we accept such a precious pill? Then, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm shook its head. Seniors, the elixir is just an inanimate object. If it can't display its effects, it won't show its value. If the 2 seniors can recover to their peak, it will be a good thing for our Heaven Realm. Then, the life and death elixir will show its value. Lu Ming said. That's right, that's exactly the case. The others also nodded and persuaded the 2 of them to accept it. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, once they recovered to their peak, they would be 2 peak heavenly emperors. There weren't many people in the entire Heaven Realm who could reach this step. Alright, Lu Ming, I, Old Bull, will remember your kindness. The Titan longhorn beetle was more straightforward and nodded in agreement. In fact, they were also very tempted. After all, it had been countless years since the ancient battle, yet they were still unable to return to their peak state. This feeling was truly unbearable. Lu Ming poured out 2 life and death elixirs and handed them to the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm. The 2 of them received them, each chose a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed the life and death elixir, and began to refine the elixir. As for Lu Ming, he left the small world and appeared beside Xian Yanqing, continuing to pay attention to that mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Finally, there was some movement in the mansion. A group of Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses appeared and entered that mansion. After a while, a large group of people flew out of that mansion. There were Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses. There were hundreds of them. They headed straight for the western city gate. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing followed far behind. Not long after, the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire experts exited the city gate and headed west. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing also successfully exited the city gate and followed far behind. They didn't dare to get too close because there were too many experts in the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire. There were even peak heavenly emperors, and it wasn't just 1 or 2, but at least 5 or 6. In addition, there were also quite a number of 6-star and 5-star heavenly emperors. This was an extremely shocking force. Mobilizing so many powerhouses at once, it was obvious that they wanted to capture all the living beings in that cursed land in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. After flying for more than a day, they arrived at an extremely remote place. In front of them, there was a blazing aura. It turned out that there was a large group of volcanoes in front of them, and the end couldn't be seen at a glance. Rumble. Volcanoes erupted continuously, and magma soared into the sky. The air was filled with black smoke and a pungent smell. The cursed land was in the group of volcanoes. The Yellow Spring Empire's people couldn't enter, so they hid outside the volcanoes. As for the Evil God Race, they rushed into the group of volcanoes. Rumble. Not long after, a terrifying rumble erupted from the group of volcanoes. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy pierced through the ground, and endless magma soared into the sky. This area became even hotter. Roar. In the depths of the volcano, a golden lion with 9 heads was incomparably huge. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. The volcanoes in the surroundings exploded one after another in an incomparably ferocious manner. Big Brother Qing Tsang. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was clearly the 9-headed golden lion, Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was a peak heavenly emperor and was incomparably powerful. However, the Evil God Race also had peak heavenly emperors. In the group of volcanoes, one terrifying aura after another soared into the sky, colliding with each other. The Heaven Realm has 2 peak heavenly emperors, but the Evil God Race has 3. Lu Ming's heart became somewhat heavy. Peak heavenly emperors, the Evil God Race had 1 more. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the number of 5-star and 6-star heavenly emperors was also more than the Evil God Race. If this continued, the Heaven Realm side would definitely not be a match. In addition, the Yellow Spring Empire's powerhouses were lying in ambush outside the volcanoes. The number of powerhouses was even more than the Evil God Race. If the Heaven Realm's living beings rushed out, it would be truly dangerous. I wonder how Senior's Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm have recovered. Lu Ming was somewhat anxious. If they were to make a move later, the number of powerhouses on their side would not be enough and they would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming controlled the Divine 9 Dragons Cauldron and could be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Xian Yanqing could also be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Adding Zhanli, there were only 3 peak heavenly emperors. The number was not enough. Lu Ming could feel that in the Yellow Spring Empire, there were a total of 4 peak heavenly emperors. Adding the 3 from the Evil God Race, there were 7. In addition, there were also 6-star heavenly emperors. If the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm recovered, then there was no need to be afraid. Charge out! In the group of volcanoes, Qing Tsung's roar rang out. Then, a group of Heaven Realm powerhouses joined hands and rushed outside. Behind them, the evil god race people chased closely. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Then, with a thought, he entered the small world. He wanted to see if the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm had recovered. At this moment, their bodies were filled with resplendent light, their auras extremely powerful. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not help but be overjoyed when he sensed the auras of the two. The life and death pill was indeed worthy of being a peerless divine medicine. Its medicinal effects were incomparably shocking. Chapter 2501. At this moment, the situation outside was already quite critical. Qing Tsung and the others rushed out of the volcanoes and arrived at the periphery of the cursed land. But at this moment, the people of the Yellow Spring Empire appeared, blocking in front of Qing Tsung and the others. A terrifying aura was emitted, causing Qing Tsung and the others to change color and stop. Another 4 peak heavenly emperors, a total of 7 peak heavenly emperors. You guys really think highly of us. Qing Tsung sneered, his 9 heads looking around. Beside Qing Tsung, there was a phoenix flapping its wings, its entire body covered in black flames. This was a black phoenix, also a peak heavenly emperor, the current king of the heavenly realm's phoenix race. Ha, Qing Tsung, let's see how you die today. A loud laugh came from behind. The experts of the evil god race blocked Qing Tsung and the others' path of retreat, making it impossible for them to escape. Duo Lu, why aren't you guarding the eternal cage? Be careful not to let someone escape again. Qing Tsung sneered, full of ridicule. The evil god race member who spoke just now was Duo Lu. Hearing Qing Tsung's words, Duo Li's eyes were extremely ferocious as he roared, Qing Tsung, so what if you escape from the eternal cage? You're still going to die in my hands. And that brat Lu Ming, I'll tear him into pieces sooner or later. Rush back to the cursed land. Qing Tsung secretly sent a voice transmission to the beings of the heavenly realm. Only by rushing back to the cursed land would they have a chance. Outside, they would have to face the double siege of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. It's too late. In the small world, Lu Ming was a little anxious. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demon silkworm. Senior, wake up. Senior, wake up. Lu Ming kept sending voice transmissions. Boom. Boom. The auras of the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demon silkworm suddenly soared and then rapidly contracted. Then, they opened their eyes. Are we going to fight? The Titan longhorn beetle asked. That's right. The matter is urgent, so I can only disturb the 2 of you. Lu Ming said. It's fine, I've almost recovered. Let's go out and fight. The Titan longhorn beetle. Let's go. Lu Ming controlled the small world, and in the next moment, everyone in the small world appeared outside. At that moment, Qing Tsung and the others also made their moves. They charged straight for the evil god race behind them, wanting to charge back into the cursed lands. Kill. The experts of the evil god tribe and the Yellow Springs Empire also made their moves. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and his voice reverberated in all directions. He then charged toward the people from the Netherworld Empire. What happened? This happened too suddenly. The evil god race's people and the Yellow Spring Empire's people could not help feeling stunned. In this short period of time, they had already arrived. Lu Ming directly controlled the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and charged towards a Yellow Spring Empire's peak heavenly emperor. At the same time, Xian Yanqing also made his move, joining forces with Lu Ming to attack a person. The Titan longhorn beetle and the others also launched their attacks. On Lu Ming's side, there were a total of 5 peak heavenly emperors. Their sudden appearance caught the Yellow Springs Empire's side off guard. The Peak Heavenly Emperor that was attacked by Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing was immediately sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. The other Yellow Springs Empire powerhouses were also struck until they retreated repeatedly, suffering different degrees of minor injuries. Titan, 9 lives, it's you guys. Ha ha ha, kill. When Qing Tsang discovered the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the rest, he could not help being overjoyed. He turned around and was about to charge towards the Yellow Springs Empire's experts. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duo Lei and the rest also reacted and charged towards Qing Tsang and the rest. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Both sides added up, the number of Peak Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was the same, both 7. But just now, under Lu Ming and the rest's sneak attack, they injured one of the other party. With the number of Peak Heavenly Emperors, they instead had the upper hand. A fierce chaotic battle erupted. Lu Ming's side instead occupied a slight upper hand. If not for the Yellow Springs Empire and the evil god race having more 6-star Heavenly Emperors, it would probably be one-sided. Lu Ming, damn it, damn it. Duo Lei roared angrily in his heart. It was Lu Ming again. Each time, his good deeds were ruined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply his nemesis. He was unable to restrain his anger, wishing that he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Want to kill me, then come. Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and bombarded them towards Duo Lei crazily. Duo Lei also erupted crazily, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The two people collided repeatedly, but it was hard to determine the victor. Ah! At this time, a miserable cry sounded out. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor of the evil god race was killed by Xian Yanqing with one sword. Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the rest all had an opponent, fighting fiercely with each other. But Xian Yanqing did not have a Peak Heavenly Emperor to stop him. That Peak Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire was seriously injured from the start. His strength was at most comparable to a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. There were 5 to 6 6-star Heavenly Emperors besieging Xian Yanqing. But Xian Yanqing's combat power exceeded their imaginations. He became braver and braver, his attacks strange and unpredictable. After several dozen moves, he successfully killed a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. Exterminate. Xian Yanqing said softly, black light as black as ink emitting from his entire body. This black light turned into one black lotus after another. Then, these lotus petals flew out again, forming pitch-black battle swords, slashing at the opponent. Opposite, 5 6-star Heavenly Emperors were flustered by Xian Yanqing's attacks, in imminent danger. Quickly come and help us. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor roared. But the current chaotic battle was intense. Every person had an opponent. How could they draw out such a powerhouse? Poor work. Suddenly, another 6-star Heavenly Emperor had his glabella pierced by Xian Yanqing's sword light, dying on the spot. Ah, damn it! Duo Lu roared wildly, wanting to repel Lu Ming and attack Xian Yanqing. But Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron, desperately clashing with him, blocking him firmly, making him have no energy left to attack Xian Yanqing. Gather, gather together. A Peak Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire roared. At this moment, they were at a disadvantage and had to gather strength to defend. All of the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people began to gather, getting close to each other, entering a defensive state. Lu Ming and the rest originally only had the upper hand with a slight advantage. Now that the other party intended to defend, they could not take down the other party. Very soon, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people all gathered together, forming an iron-like defensive formation, blocking the attacks of Lu Ming and the rest, finally stabilizing the situation. Both sides fought for a while and separated into 2 camps, confronting each other. They all knew that if there were no accidents today, no one would be able to do anything to the other. However, Lu Ming and the rest's goal of saving people had already been achieved. The expressions of Duo Lu and the rest were ugly. Today, They failed to kill people and instead lost several 6-star heavenly emperors. It was truly a huge loss. When my race's sacred ancestor recovers, you all will die, go. An evil god race peak heavenly emperor said coldly. Then, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire retreated unwillingly. Chapter 2502. The people of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ha, Lu Ming, amazing. Qing Tsung laughed loudly and looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude and deep shock. He remembered that when he first met Lu Ming's strength was barely enough to deal with the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. But Lu Ming was actually able to fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Although he had the 9-dragon cauldron, it was still incomparably shocking. It had only been a few decades. A few decades was just a blink of an eye to them. He had lived for a long time and had never seen such a stunning figure like Lu Ming. This is, as he spoke, Qing Tsung's gaze turned to Xian Yanqing. Beside him, the Black Phoenix had also transformed into a human form. It was a middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure. At this moment, she was also looking at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was very young, but his combat strength was actually incomparably powerful. He was a figure whose combat strength had truly reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The key was that they did not know him, so they were naturally curious. This is my wife. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's small hand and said. Your wife, Qing Tsung, Black Phoenix, and the rest were all shocked. May I ask, how many years has it been since sister-in-law started cultivating? Qing Tsung asked curiously. Little Qing is about the same age as me. Lu Ming said with a smile. This, Qing Tsung, Black Phoenix, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They were completely dumbfounded. Sigh, I'm old. I thought that my talent wasn't bad, but compared to you two, I'm simply trash. Qing Tsung sighed, looking like he had suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Old lion, aren't you looking for a beating by comparing yourself to Lu Ming and the rest? The Titan Longhorn Beetle laughed. Ha ha ha, that's true. Qing Tsung laughed. After chatting for a while, they left the place. They were afraid that the other party would send more powerful cultivators. After leaving, they chatted as they walked. Qing Tsung and the others also learned about the ancestral dragon. Where did Senior Ancestral Dragon go? That's right. At this rate, the outsider Sacred Patriarch is going to enter the Cursed Lands. If he gets the fruits of life, we'll be finished. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others sighed. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm had consumed the Life and Death pill before and knew the effects of the Life and Death pill. The Life and Death pill was made from the fruit of life. If the outsider's sacred ancestor obtained the fruit of life, he might be able to fully recover from his injuries. Especially Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. If even he had recovered from his injuries, they would have no hope at all. Everyone was worried but also helpless. With their strength, there was no way they could compete with the other party. After that, they planned to enter some cities to scout for information. If the outsider's sacred ancestor was going to enter the Cursed Lands, there should be news about it. Not long after, they came to a big city. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, while Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used a secret technique to enter the big city. After that, the two stayed in the big city, cultivating and scouting for information. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, they heard a piece of news that made them furious. In the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, the evil god tribe released news that they had captured some Heaven Realm beings and tied them up outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. 3 months later, they would kill all of them. The news spread like a whirlwind in all directions. When Lu Ming told the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others about this news, they were also furious. Kill our way over and save those people. The Titan Longhorn Beetle had the worst temper and roared. Don't act rashly. The evil god tribe is doing this to lure us over so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. This is definitely a trap. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said. Are we just going to watch those people die for nothing? What if your family and friends are among those people? The Titan longhorn beetle glared. I mean, we can't act rashly. We have to think of a foolproof plan. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said. Let's go and observe the situation first. Lu Ming said. I think so too. Let's go and observe first before making a decision. Even if we want to take action, we have to gather more people. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said. After that, the others still stayed in Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing changed their appearances and headed toward the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Soon, they arrived at the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. They looked forward from a mountain peak outside the eastern city gate. Outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, there were indeed some people tied up there. All of them looked haggard and their auras were weak. There were a lot of them, close to 200 people. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang. Among those people, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Lu Ming panicked. These were all his best friends. Among the crowd, Lu Ming even saw Yuan Xian, the son of destiny. However, he could not control his own destiny now and was tied up by someone. In addition, Lu Ming had also met some of the older generation figures. I have to save them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with determination. However, he could not act rashly. Lu Ming speculated that there were terrifying experts hiding near the eastern city gate. Even a martial god like the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe might be nearby. If he were to rush out recklessly, he would only be digging his own grave. What should we do? Lu Ming panicked. There were only 3 months left. 3 months later, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would be killed. Lu Ming, don't panic, calm down. Xia Nianqing held Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming slowly calmed down. Over the next few days, the two observed the surroundings while trying to come up with a plan. However, the difference in strength was too great. They were struggling to come up with a plan. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice traveled into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's figure shuddered when he heard the voice. The voice belonged to the ancestral dragon. As he thought, a figure walked out from a mountain nearby. Who else could it be but the ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior ancestral dragon, I'm glad you're fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. They had a chance now that the ancestral dragon had shown up. I was injured in the Yellow Spring Kingdom, but it's nothing serious. The ancestral dragon said. Senior ancestral dragon, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave first. I'll leave some people here to guard this place. If anyone from the heaven realm comes, ask them to meet up with us. We'll gather our men first and figure out a way to save them. The ancestral dragon said. He then left the place with Lu Ming and the others and arrived at a hidden place a million li away. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces from the heaven realm. For example, the 5 elements Qilins. They waited patiently. Chapter 2503. Ancestral Gragon had left some people outside the Yellow Springs Empire. During this period of time, as long as the living beings in the heavenly world heard the news, they would most likely head to the Yellow Springs Empire to investigate. This way, they would be able to provide support. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming saw Dandan. After not seeing Dandan for some time, Dandan's cultivation had also risen by a lot, reaching the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming chatted with Dandan for a while and knew that this guy had also encountered some fortuitous encounters. On the 5th day, Bubble arrived. Now, Bubble's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm, only a step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. On the 6th day, Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli came together, making Lu Ming overjoyed. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli's cultivation had both stepped into the emperor realm. Lu Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xiang Xiang and the others were fine. Lu Ming was relieved. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the same place. However, Lu Ming still couldn't think of an effective method. On this day, Lu Ming found ancestral Gragon. Senior, I have a foreign race's genius in my hands. He's the son of the foreign race's king, known as the strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe. Perhaps we can use him to exchange. Lu Ming said. The first prince was still in Lu Ming's hands and had been kept in the pocket world. He didn't kill the first prince because he thought that he might be useful in the future. The first prince's identity was no small matter. Perhaps he could exchange for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Ancestral Gragon frowned and said, although the first prince is important, in the eyes of the foreign race's divine ancestor, the most important person is still you. Once you appear, I'm afraid the foreign race's divine ancestor will kill you directly. He won't care about any foreign race's genius. Lu Ming frowned. He cultivated the sovereign Tao, and the foreign race's divine ancestor seemed to know him. Perhaps he really didn't care about the first prince's life and wanted to kill him. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Now, whether it's to save them or to fight against the outsider's sacred ancestor, there's only one way, and that's the Yellow Spring sect. Ancestral Dragon said. Netherworld sect. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Netherworld sect is an extremely secretive sect in the Netherworld world. They don't care about worldly affairs and only focus on cultivation. Very few people in the Netherworld world know about it. I stayed in the Netherworld imperial capital for a period of time and learned about it from some ancient books. It said that the Netherworld sect and the Netherworld Empire were of the same origin. However, some people were obsessed with worldly power and established the Netherworld Empire. Some people didn't like worldly power, so they lived in seclusion and established the Netherworld sect. Ancestral Gragon explained. Is the Netherworld sect very strong? Lu Ming asked. Strong, of course they're strong. Although they don't have as many people as the Yellow Spring Empire, their combat power isn't any weaker than the Yellow Spring Empire. As far as I know, the Netherworld Empire has 2 martial gods, but the Netherworld sect also has 2 martial gods. Ancestral Dragon said. 2 martial gods. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Disregarding everything else, just the 2 martial gods were already shocking enough. As long as we can obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, not only can we save people, but we can also fight against the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Ancestral Dragon said. Then, he sighed and said, if we can't obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, then we can only do it ourselves. Lu Ming nodded. Time passed day by day. A month had passed since the 3 months given by the evil god tribe. At this time, more than 500 people had gathered in the heavenly world. Ancestral Dragon was also preparing to depart for the Netherworld sect. However, he didn't bring that many people with him. Ancestral Dragon only brought 10 people, including Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm, to the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect was located in the extreme north of the Netherworld world. It was almost at the edge of the Netherworld world. Ancestral Dragon brought them to a mountain range. There were many mountains here, and there were countless peaks. Soon, they arrived in front of a tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned, and it was even covered with moss. In the middle, there was a huge, yellow word. There was no one at the mountain gate. Was this the Netherworld sect? Everyone was puzzled. But since they were already here, they could only continue forward. They didn't fly. Instead, they walked up the stairs of the mountain. When they passed by the stone tablet, Lu Ming looked at it curiously and felt that it was a little familiar. Soon, they arrived halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, the space shook, and 4 figures appeared in front of them, blocking Lu Ming and the others. "Halt, this is the Netherworld sect," a middle-aged man said. "Everyone, we would like to see your sect leader." Ancestral Dragon stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Everyone, our sect leader will not see any guests. Please go back." The middle-aged man waved his hand coldly. "How do you know he won't see you when we haven't even seen him? We have important matters to discuss with your sect leader," the Titan Longhorn Beetle said loudly. "Everyone, please go back." The middle-aged man continued to speak, but his voice was cold, and the intention to drive the guests away was obvious. "You didn't even listen to our intentions and you're already chasing us away. What do you mean?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle shouted unhappily, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Boom! Boom! Just as the Titan Longhorn Beetle's aura erupted, the 4 people in front of them also erupted with powerful auras. 3 6-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 Peak Heavenly Emperor. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. The cultivation of the 4 people in front of them was already extremely shocking. Not only that, but on the mountain peak, there were also shocking auras, like terrifying waves of air, pressing down on this side. Lu Ming felt that there were no less than 10 Peak Heavenly Emperor auras. There were even a few auras that were extremely shocking, even above Peak Heavenly Emperor. Nest, so many experts, and those invincible figures who are half a step into the martial god realm. The Titan Longhorn Beetle grinned, some shock in its eyes. This Netherworld sect was indeed terrifying. The Titan Longhorn Beetle only released its aura, and it was like poking a hornet's nest, poking out a bunch of experts. Perhaps, this was only a part of it. In the dark, who knew how many experts there were? "Everyone, don't be impatient. We have no ill intentions, we are just here to seek cooperation." Ancestral Gragon stepped forward and said, then looked at the peak of the mountain, and a voice sounded, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to ask for an audience." Ancestral Gragon's voice came from afar, and at the same time, his body emitted a strange aura. "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the Netherworld sect?" At this time, an old voice came from the peak of the mountain. Following that, a light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. This was an old man with an immortal aura, his white hair fluttering in the wind. "Greetings, Sect Master." When the people of the Netherworld sect saw this old man, they bowed respectfully. Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that this old man was a martial god realm existence. The 2 sect masters of the Netherworld sect were both martial god realm existences. "Fellow Taoist, we came here this time to cooperate with you," Ancestral Gragon said. Cooperation. Chapter 2504. Lu Ming and the others did not interrupt the conversation between the old white-haired man and the Ancestral Gragon. The Titan Heavenly Bull kept quiet too. The old man was a martial god. Only the Ancestral Gragon, who was also a martial god, was qualified to talk to him. Otherwise, if the Ancestral Gragon was not around, the old man would not even bother to meet them. "That's right, let's work together. Help us enter the Yellow Spring Island and we'll split the loot 50-50. It's beneficial to everyone. What do you think?" The Ancestral Gragon said. "The Yellow Spring Island?" The old white-haired man was startled. He let out a sigh and said, "It seems like you're from the outer world. Time really flies. The tribulation has passed so quickly." The old white-haired man's voice was filled with complicated emotions. The old white-haired man seemed to have recalled something. After a while, he said, "You should leave. The Yellow Spring sect isn't interested in the Yellow Spring Island." "Not interested?" The Ancestral Gragon's eyes glittered. Lu Ming and the others were startled too. Were they going to fail? "Cultivator, how about this? If you do us a favor, you'll take all the loot we find after we enter the Yellow Spring Island. What do you think?" The Ancestral Gragon was not willing to give up. "I told you, I'm not interested. See them out." The old white-haired man waved his sleeves and left. "Everyone, please. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others wore unpleasant looks. They did not expect the people of the Yellow Spring sect to be so uninterested in the loot on the Yellow Spring Island. How were they going to fight the Yellow Spring Empire and the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes if they could not ask the people of the Yellow Spring sect for help? The Titan Heavenly Bull and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Sigh, let's go. The ancestral Gragon felt helpless too. He turned around and headed down the mountain. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. It's fine if you don't want to help. We'll just have to save them ourselves. It's just death. The Titan Heavenly Bull cursed. He was extremely displeased. However, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the boulder at the entrance of the Yellow Spring sect. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he found the boulder to be. That's right, that token. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of that token. With a thought, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token belonged to the core area of the Void's Sacred Island. He and Dandan had worked together to obtain the token. This token looked very similar to the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect. Previously, the stone tablet was covered in moss, and Lu Ming only felt that it looked familiar. Now that he looked at it carefully, Lu Ming remembered. Wang! Just as Lu Ming took out the token, the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect's gate suddenly vibrated, and the word, yellow, suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, the token in Lu Ming's hand began to vibrate, and light constantly flowed out of it. In the next moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that a word had appeared in the middle of the token. It was the word, yellow. Lu Ming was shocked. He had studied the token since he had obtained it, but he had not discovered anything. There was no word in the middle of the token. However, at that moment, the character, Huang, had suddenly appeared. With that, the title plate and the steel looked exactly the same. Ancestral Dragon, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Titan Heavenly Bull, and the others were also shocked. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, a figure flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared again. He looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand in surprise, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Yellow Spring Token." "Why do you have the Yellow Spring Token? How did you get it?" "The Yellow Spring Token." Lu Ming's heart moved. It turned out that this token was called the Yellow Spring Token. "Senior, this token was obtained by me on a Void Divine Island," Lu Ming said. "Void Sacred Island?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "Tell me, who is the person who left you this token? What does he look like?" Immediately, Lu Ming described the appearance of the statue on the Void Sacred Island to her. So it's him. It's the will of the heavens." The white-haired old man sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "In the past, our Yellow Spring sect was indebted to that person. We gave him this token and promised that if someone came to our Yellow Spring sect with this token, our Yellow Spring sect would help him unconditionally once." "What?" Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, and the others were overjoyed. Help unconditionally once? Didn't that mean they could ask the Yellow Spring sect for help? "What's your name?" the white-haired old man asked. "This junior is Lu Ming." Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it." The white-haired old man said. "Senior, it's like this." Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted the feud between the Heaven Realm and the Evil God tribe. He then talked about the situation here. "This junior earnestly requests the seniors of the Yellow Spring sect to help us fight against the Yellow Spring Empire and enter the Yellow Spring Island." Lu Ming stated his request. "I'm afraid it's difficult for us to enter the Yellow Spring Island on our own." The white-haired old man said. "Ah. What's going on?" Lu Ming was surprised. "I bet you don't know that the entrance to the Yellow Spring Island is guarded by a group of puppets. Among them, there are 4 puppets whose strength is equivalent to the martial god realm. Therefore, it's impossible for us to enter the island on our own." The white-haired old man said. "For martial god realm puppets?" Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, the Titan Longhorn, and the others exchanged glances with one another. The Yellow Spring Island was too terrifying. There were 4 martial god realm puppets guarding the entrance. Those were martial gods. After all, there were only 2 martial gods in the evil god realm and the heaven realm, and both of them were injured. Lu Ming finally understood why the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes had not entered the Yellow Spring Island. It was because he could not enter the island. Therefore, if we want to enter the Yellow Spring Island, we must cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. The white-haired old man said. Cooperate? Lu Ming and the others fell into deep thought. Senior, please lend us a hand. We need to save the people. Lu Ming said. Sure, I'll gather the men and set off. The white-haired old man said. He then turned around and disappeared into the Yellow Spring sect. Brother Lu Ming, that's impressive. Qing Tsung and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect to encounter so many obstacles, and in the end, they managed to get the help of the Yellow Spring sect with Lu Ming's badge. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The world was indeed full of surprises. He hadn't expected that the token he'd obtained on the Void Sacred Island would be of such great use in the Yellow Springs realm. The badge alone could easily turn the tide of the battle. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the Yellow Spring sect. Beside the white-haired old man was a white-haired old woman. She was also a martial god. Chapter 2505. The Yellow Springs Empire's sacred ancestor, the Emperor of the Yellow Springs Empire, and a Grand Elder were in a discussion in the Golden Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, is there really no way to enter the Yellow Spring Island? The sacred ancestor said. There are 4 martial god realm puppets at the entrance of the Yellow Spring Island. We won't be able to do it on our own. We can only work with the Yellow Spring sect. However, the 2 old men of the Yellow Spring sect are stubborn. Besides, they have a conflict with us. Even if we ask them, I'm afraid they won't agree to it. The Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire said. Either way, we have to give it a try. How about this, once I've dealt with the Ancestral Dragon and the others, I'll pay the Yellow Spring sect a visit and see if I can ask them to help us. The sacred ancestor said. They chatted for a while before the sacred ancestor took his leave. Lu Ming and the others set off. They regrouped with the people of the Heaven Realm and made their way to the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. The Yellow Spring Empire's capital, outside the eastern city gate. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and around 200 people had been tied up outside the city gate for more than a month. It's been more than a month, yet no one has come to save you. It seems like the people of the Heaven Realm have given up on you, ha ha ha. Duol stood above Long Chen and the others and mocked them coldly. Long Chen and the others wore cold looks. They did not respond. Let me tell you, there is no hope for the Heaven Realm. You have been completely defeated. This time, in the Yellow Springs world, my clan will kill all your experts. Then, when we get out, we will flatten the Heaven Realm and kill every single one of you. Duol said ferociously. Duol, do you only know how to talk big now? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Who's there? Duol turned around and glanced in the direction of the voice coldly. It's me. The voice said. Following it, the rift rippled as a figure suddenly appeared. The person was none other than Lu Ming. However, he was the only one who had shown himself. Lu Ming. Duol's eyes flickered with icy murderous intent when he saw Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. The void trembled and cracked open. From the spatial crack, one figure after another stepped out. They were all experts of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. There were no less than 10 peak heavenly emperors, and their terrifying auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, leave now. Leave now. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shouted. Leave. Where to? Lu Ming, you're alone. How dare you come here? You're really stupid. Stay here then. Duo sneered. Really? Look who this is. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. First Prince. Seeing this person, Duo Lu and the others paled. Lu Ming, release the first prince now. Dole anxiously roared. He had never imagined that the first prince would be in Lu Ming's hands. If you want me to let him go, that's fine, but you have to let him go first. Lu Ming said. Fine. We'll let one go, and you let one go. Duo Lu said. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You let one go. You let all of them go, and I'll use the first prince to exchange for everyone. Do you understand? Lu Ming laughed. Let all of them go. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Duo Lu roared. If you don't let him go, he'll die. Lu Ming said coldly, cold killing intent radiating from his body. The expressions of Duo Lu and the others turned unsightly. For a moment, they were hesitant. The first prince's identity was no small matter. He was the son of the king of the first royal race. His talent was peerless, and his bloodline was the closest to the non-human's divine ancestor. He was said to have the strongest talent in the history of the evil god race. If he died, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Let him go or not? Lu Ming said coldly. This was their plan. Lu Ming would use the first prince to exchange for Long Chen and the others. If the exchange was successful, it would naturally be for the best as there would be no risk. After all, if they made a move, the situation would be chaotic. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would not be able to fight back. There was still a risk. Duo Lu and the other evil god race powerhouses were all hesitant. For a moment, the situation was somewhat in a stalemate. Boom! Right at this moment, the sky split open. A terrifying palm reached out, blasting toward Lu Ming. The power of this palm was boundlessly terrifying, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Even a peak heavenly emperor would also turn to ashes under this palm. Martial God. Very clearly, the non-human's divine ancestor had made a move, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Even the first prince was enveloped within. Roar! A dragon roar shook heaven and earth. A huge dragon claw formed, grabbing at that giant hand. With a shocking boom, the giant hand collapsed, and the dragon claw also retracted. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Duo Lu. This figure had a head of long golden hair. It was the non-human's divine ancestor. And beside Lu Ming, Ancestral Gregon's figure also appeared. Ancestral Gregon, you really came. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, full of dignity. Mo Ku, you're really ruthless. In order to kill Lu Ming, you don't even care about the life and death of your descendants? Ancestral Gregon said. Anyway, his cultivation has already been crippled. A piece of trash, it's fine to kill him. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. Hee Mo Ku, you're still as cold and heartless as before. Ancestral Gregon sneered. Ancestral Gregon, I expected you to appear. You people of the heaven realm are all here. Today, you will stay here forever. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. A terrifying aura burst out. Buzz buzz, the space shook. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the non-human's divine ancestor. One was the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, and the other was the Yellow Spring Empire's supreme elder. Two martial gods from the Yellow Spring Empire had shown up. Mo Ku, do you think I'll come unprepared? Ancestral Gregon sneered, his face calm. In the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. It's you. The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. Who would have thought that the two of you wouldn't care about the affairs of the world? Who would have thought that you would show up? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor said mockingly. We don't need you to interfere. Long Yen, let them go. The white-haired old man of the Yellow Spring sect said. Long Yen was the name of the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor. It's not that easy to let them go. The non-human's divine ancestor said. His face was dark. Long Yen had once said that the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect were stubborn old men who did not care about the affairs of the world. He did not expect them to be with Lu Ming and the others. This meant that he had lost his advantage. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The advantage that he had spent so much effort to gain was gone just like that. Mo Ku, it seems like you want to fight. Chapter 2506. 6 martial gods appeared outside the eastern gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. The 6 martial gods faced each other, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their auras spread between heaven and earth, shrouding the entire Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Everyone in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they felt like vomiting blood. The auras of the 6 martial gods were too terrifying. If they fought, it would be earth-shattering. The atmosphere was extremely tense. How about this? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, Long Yen, spoke. He looked at the white-haired old man and said, Old Huang, if you agree to join forces with us to break through the puppets outside Yellow Spring Island and help them enter the island, we can let them go. Long Yen still wanted to let the divine ancestor and the others enter Yellow Spring Island because they had already agreed on the terms. If the divine ancestor and the others obtained treasures from Yellow Spring Island, they would split it 50-50. They could not enter Yellow Spring Island by themselves. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years. The divine ancestor's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He also wanted to enter Yellow Spring Island. Lu Ming, what do you say? The white-haired old man looked at Lu Ming. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others were shocked. The white-haired old man, a martial god, was asking for Lu Ming's opinion. What was their relationship with Lu Ming? Agree to their terms, but we have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. Lu Ming said. This was the only way to save Long Chen and the others. Alright, we'll join forces, but they have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. The white-haired old man pointed at Ancestral Gragon, Lu Ming, and the others. Alright, it's settled then. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although they did not want Lu Ming and the others to enter Yellow Spring Island, they would not be able to enter without the white-haired old man's help. Now, they had to enter Yellow Spring Island first. Once they entered, they would have to rely on their own strength. Once I get the fruit of life, Sha Xian and I will recover from our injuries. Let's see how you'll die then. The divine ancestor thought to himself. Release them. Long Yen ordered. Immediately, someone unsealed Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, allowing them to regain their freedom. Lu Ming, you've saved me again. Long Chen came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. Lu Ming. Huang Ling smiled sweetly and came to Lu Ming's side. It's good that you're fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. After chatting for a bit, Lu Ming learned that Long Chen and the others had been exploring some cursed lands. When they came out, they were surrounded. Elder Huang, when do we make our move? Long Yen looked at the white-haired elder. 1 year later. The white-haired old man said. This was the time set by Lu Ming and the others. They needed time to gather the people from the other heaven realms. Only when more people entered Yellow Spring Island would there be a greater chance of obtaining an opportunity. Alright, then let's meet here a year from now, said Long Yen. As soon as he finished speaking, they returned to Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Lu Ming and the others also left. Then, they met up with the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others and came to a famous mountain. This famous mountain was extremely famous in the Yellow Spring world. One only needed to inquire a little to know about it. Then, they spread the news and gathered the people of the heaven realm here. At the same time, Ancestral Dragon and some experts personally went to some cursed lands to search for the people of the heaven realm. At the same time, the evil god race also spread the news and gathered the scattered members of the evil god race to the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. For a time, the scattered evil god race and the living beings of the heaven realm gathered in these two places. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The living beings of the heaven realm had basically all gathered here. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people gathered here. When they first entered, there were thousands of people. The number had decreased by half. It could be seen how many people had died. Once the time was up, they set off for the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. When they arrived, thousands of people had already gathered outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. There were experts from the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. Let's go. The two sides gathered. Long Yen took the lead and headed in one direction. Yellow Spring Island was not in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, but to the south of it. After flying for a few hours, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. This abyss was incomparably wide. It was unknown how long it was, and it was unfathomable. Rumble. Rumbling sounds of water could be heard from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone looked from the side and saw that the bottom of the abyss was yellow water. Yellow spring water. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the yellow spring water flowed here? Yellow Spring Island is opposite this abyss. However, no living being can cross this abyss. No living being can fly over it. If they try to forcefully fly over, they will fall into the abyss. If you want to pass through this abyss, you can only pass through the bridge in front. Long Yen said. Everyone flew along the abyss for a while and saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge was very large and wide, leading to the other side of the abyss. However, when they approached, light flickered in the vicinity of the stone bridge, and one figure after another appeared. Puppets. However, these puppets were in human form. They were wearing blood-red armor. Their eyes were filled with a bloody glow. So these are the formation puppets? Lu Ming murmured. Previously, he had learned from the white-haired old man and the others that the puppets formed by the stone bridge were formation puppets. They were formed by the formation. Even if they were killed or destroyed, they would reappear after some time. Trespassers, die. A huge puppet shouted, its aura shaking the heavens and the earth. Martial God Realm. The puppet was in the Martial God Realm. It was extremely terrifying. There were 3 other puppets that were on par with the puppet. There were a total of 4 Martial God Realm puppets. Apart from these 4, there were over 100 other puppets. They were all in the Heaven Emperor realm or above. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. According to the plan, the 4 of us will each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. The 2 of you are not in your peak condition, so help one of us to kill one of the puppets, and then help the others. Long Yen glanced at the Sacred Ancestor and the Ancestral Dragon. The 2 martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect would each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. Meanwhile, the Sacred Ancestor and the Ancestral Dragon would work together to help one of them defeat a Martial God Realm puppet. Got it. Elder Huang nodded. Those in the Ethereal Transformation Realm and above, follow me. Those in the Ethereal Transformation Realm and above, attack. Long Yen and Elder Huang said. They stepped forward and charged at the puppets. Trespassers, die. A Martial God Realm puppet charged at Long Yen with a long spear. Bang! Bang! Chapter 2507. The 4 martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect respectively fought against the 4 martial god puppets. Their attacks were very simple. There were no complicated or flashy moves. Every punch and every palm strike was very direct, but the power behind it was terrifying. Each of his punches and palms possessed a destructive might. Even a peak martial monarch would be blasted into pieces by each of his attacks. The 4 martial god puppets were wearing blood-red battle armor. Each of them held a spear in their hand. They were like invincible generals. The spears pierced through the air with unparalleled killing intent. The 8 people on both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor looked at each other. Both of their eyes were shining. In the past, it was impossible for them to join forces. But now, they could only join forces. The 2 of them moved and pounced toward the puppet that was fighting with Long Yen. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked the puppet with all their might. Although Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor were injured and not in their peak condition, the 2 of them were still equivalent to a martial god when they joined forces. The 3 of them joined forces and immediately suppressed the other party. No one dared to approach the area where the martial gods were fighting. Lu Ming and the others also fought with the other puppets, but they were also far away from the area where the martial gods were fighting. These puppets were also extremely powerful. There were many experts, peak heavenly emperors, and even half a step into the martial god realm. But the number was a little less, only about 100. And Lu Ming and the others had even more. There were the Heaven Realm, the Evil God Tribe, the Yellow Spring Sect, and the Yellow Spring Empire. The number of the 4 added together was far above the puppets. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons and joined forces with Xian Yanqing to fight a peak heavenly emperor puppet. This kind of puppet was formed by a formation, but its entire body seemed to be made of an incomparably hard metal. It was indestructible, and every move it made contained boundless power. When it clashed with the divine 9 dragon cauldron, the divine 9 dragon cauldron kept shaking. Xian Yanqing's body was covered in black light, forming lotus swords that were incomparably sharp. He attacked from the side, leaving sword marks on the puppet's body. Although the puppet was strong, the 2 of them were still able to suppress it. For example, Qing Tsang, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others almost always teamed up in 2 or 3 people. They completely had the upper hand. Of course, this was only possible because they were working together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any 1 or 2 parties to be a match for these puppets. Bang! Bang! Not long after, some of the puppets were destroyed and turned into energy that dissipated. The puppet that Lu Ming was fighting against had its head chopped off by Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon cauldron to crush it. Qing Tsang, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the Evil God Tribe had all won. Their puppets were destroyed one after another. A moment later, all of the puppets were destroyed, and the scene was cleaned up. There were only 4 martial god puppets left. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and dragon flame had secured the upper hand in the battle. The martial god puppet was in great danger. Its body was covered in cracks. Divine power. Dandan stood there and sighed with envy. Divine power? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. The power that the martial god controls is divine power, an extremely terrifying power. What laws, great Tao, heavenly Tao, in front of divine power, they cannot withstand a single blow, like tofu. Dandan said, becoming more and more envious. Not to mention him, which of those peak heavenly emperors was not envious? Lu Ming also saw that whether it was the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, or the martial god of the Yellow Springs world, the power they used had nothing to do with laws or heavenly Tao. They were all incomparably terrifying and invincible powers. This kind of power enveloped their entire bodies, making their attacks invincible. At the same time, their defensive power was also shockingly high. This kind of power is a bit similar to the power that Shaoqing uses, but it is many times stronger than Shaoqing's power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Everyone watched from afar. They could not interfere in the battle between the martial gods. Bang! At this moment, one of the puppet's arms shattered, and its aura began to weaken. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and Long Yen became spirited, and various kinds of attacks poured down like a storm. Bang! Bang! Following their attacks, the puppet's body continued to explode, and with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces and dissipated into streams of energy. As the puppet was defeated, the outcome was already decided. The three of them teamed up to attack another martial god puppet, teaming up with another person, 4 against 1. This time, it didn't take long for the puppet to explode. In this way, many of them surrounded one puppet and defeated it one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining martial god puppets were all destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As all the martial god puppets were destroyed, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor returned to their respective factions with a flicker, facing each other cautiously. Alright, you can cross the bridge now. The people of the Yellow Springs world can't. Long Yen said, and led the people of the Yellow Springs kingdom to the side. The people of the Yellow Springs sect also retreated to the side. Ancestral dragon, let's fight after we cross the bridge. The sacred ancestor looked at the ancestral dragon. That's what I want. The ancestral dragon said. In the next instant, both sides moved and charged toward the stone bridge. The stone bridge was very wide, and both sides took one side. They looked at each other as they charged toward the other side. This stone bridge was very long, several thousand miles long. From this, one could see how wide the abyss was. However, to them, several thousand miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge. On the other side of the stone bridge was a boundless hilly area. Kill! The ancestral dragon roared as he charged toward the sacred ancestor. Fight! The sacred ancestor's battle-intent soared as he fought the ancestral dragon. Kill! Kill! The evil god tribe and the beings of the celestial world were also filled with killing intent as they turned into streaks of light and clashed. Boom! Boom! The entire area was in an uproar. Space was torn apart, and terrifying forces filled the area. Roar! Qingsang turned into a 9-headed golden lion. His 9 heads roared as he pounced toward Duolei. The Titan Heavenly Bull also turned into its original form. Its horns were like battle blades as it fought a peak Heavenly Emperor of the evil god tribe. In addition, the 9 Lives demonic silkworm and the others also fought with the other party's experts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and waved it continuously, blasting a 6-star Heavenly Emperor of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming, die! A figure suddenly charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. His purple hair was like a waterfall, and his aura was wild, giving Lu Ming an extremely strong pressure. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and attacked this person. Boom! This person struck out with his palm, colliding with the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Buzz! The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge toward him. His body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is an invincible expert who is half a step into the martial god realm. Chapter 2508. Those who were half a step into the martial god realm were known as demigods. They were also known as invincible experts. If the martial god realm did not appear, they would be invincible. Such people were extremely rare. Every one of them was extremely talented and terrifyingly powerful. The Primal Chaos Emperor, the Primal Chaos Sect Master, and the Immortal Emperor were all such people. There were not many of them in the entire Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. Originally, Lu Ming thought that people of this level would not enter the Yellow Springs Mountain this time. Instead, they would stay outside to guard against the enemy. He did not expect that the Evil God tribe would bring someone of this level in. At this moment, they suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Kill! This Evil God tribe member's killing intent was cold. His aura was as deep as the sea. He took a few steps forward and charged toward Lu Ming, throwing out a few terrifying palm strikes. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He activated the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's power to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword chi swept out. Xian Yanqing also arrived at the side. Endless Black Lotus sword chi gathered into 3 beams and slashed toward the evil god tribe demigod. The attacks of both sides collided. An intense explosion occurred in this area. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook crazily. Lu Ming felt an incomparably terrifying power surge toward him. His body flew out, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be injured even more. Xian Yanqing was slightly better than Lu Ming. However, he also retreated, his face pale. The two of them were not a match for the other party even if they joined forces. A demigod was too strong. It was not just for show that he was invincible. Even 2 peak heavenly emperors could not be a match for a demigod. The evil god tribe demigod looked at Xian Yanqing, his eyes filled with shock. He did not expect that apart from Lu Ming, there would be such a young expert in the heaven realm. Such a person had never appeared in the evil god tribe since ancient times. Kill. The more talented one was, the more they had to be killed. The purple hair of the evil god race's demigod fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extremely powerful. He stared at Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Compared to Xian Yanqing, he wanted to kill Lu Ming first. That was because the outsider sacred patriarch had ordered them to get rid of Lu Ming if they had the chance. A purple sword condensed in his hand. Sword chi soared into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. As a demigod, how shameless of you to deal with a junior. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. After that, countless bolts of lightning shot towards the demigod of the evil god race like lightning dragons. Every bolt of lightning emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The expression of the demigod of the evil god tribe also changed. He changed the direction of his purple battle sword and slashed out streaks of shocking sword light. They collided with the lightning, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. In the end, both the sword chi and the lightning dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a human, wearing a lightning battle suit. Streaks of lightning swam around it. This person was tall and slender, and he looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, he might have lived for many years. Heavenly Lightning, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in too. The demigod of the evil god race's eyes turned cold. Heavenly Lightning? Could it be the Heavenly Lightning the Arch? Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had stayed in the heaven realm for so many years, and he had heard of some of the top experts. The Heavenly Lightning the Arch was known as the Arch, a supreme among thearchs. Without a doubt, he was an existence on par with the primal chaos the Arch and the indestructible the Arch. A demigod, an invincible expert. Moreover, he had another identity, which was the disciple of the Technique Ancestor. Who was the Technique Ancestor? He was a peerless expert who had created the law cultivation system at the end of the primordial age. He was a peerless genius, a rare peerless figure. Such a person was too amazing. With his own strength, he had created the law cultivation system and made the law cultivation system strong to the extreme, surpassing many of the cultivation systems in the primordial age. However, the Technique Ancestor suddenly disappeared at the end of the primordial age. No one knew where he went. Therefore, in the primordial age, when the evil god race invaded the heaven realm, the Technique Ancestor did not appear. And the Heavenly Lightning the Arch was a disciple of the Technique Ancestor. His background was extraordinary. Since you can come in, I can naturally come in too. We haven't fought for many years. Today, let's fight again. The Heavenly Lightning the Arch was incomparably powerful. His entire body was enveloped by lightning, and he turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the demigod of the evil god race. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, they charged toward the other members of the evil god race. In the midst of the great battle, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that there was fog in this area. Fog constantly emanated from the ground. Boom! Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and attacked one of the members of the evil god race. Originally, it was about to hit the other party, but for some reason, it suddenly hit nothing. The other party's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. The other party didn't have time to retreat. It was as if the distance between them had suddenly increased. Not only him, but the others present also noticed the abnormality. This was because when they attacked, they had already calculated the distance. But when they attacked, they realized that the distance between them and the other party had increased in an instant. At this time, the fog here was getting thicker and thicker, blocking their vision. Their field of vision was constantly shrinking. Everyone stopped what they were doing and didn't make a move. They looked around in surprise. Lu Ming suddenly realized that the people who were further away from him were completely enveloped by the fog. He couldn't see them at all. Gather! The ancestral dragon shouted, calling for the people of the heaven realm to gather. Gather! The divine ancestor of the evil god race also shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two groups of people rushed toward the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor. But in the process, they realized that the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor were getting further and further away from them. Then, they disappeared in front of their eyes. Senior! Lu Ming rushed over, but he didn't find anything. The ancestral dragon had disappeared. Lu Ming turned around and realized that even more people had disappeared. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others had all disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Xian Yanqing was the closest to Lu Ming. At this moment, his figure was getting fainter and fainter. Xiao Qing, Lu Ming, the two of them rushed toward each other, but it was very strange. The two of them weren't far from each other. In the past, they could reach each other in one step. But now, no matter how they rushed, they realized that each other's figures were getting fainter and fainter. Then, they completely disappeared from sight. Xiao Qing, Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the place where Xian Yanqing was standing just now. But he didn't find anything and didn't hear any response. Everyone disappeared just like that. Apart from the thick fog, Lu Ming was the only one left in the world. There should be a grand formation here that separates everyone. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 2509. Looking around, all he could see was a vast expanse of white fog. His field of vision was only 2 meters. Beyond 2 meters, it was all blank and nothing could be seen. At the same time, the world was silent and there was no sound at all. Lu Ming focused and paid attention to the surroundings, not daring to be careless. No one knew what kind of danger they would face next. Lu Ming waited for a while, but found that there was no movement at all. Except for the thick fog and no one, there was nothing unusual. After a while, Lu Ming decided to start moving. He couldn't just wait here. Lu Ming identified the direction of the abyss according to his feeling and then walked in the opposite direction of the abyss. Lu Ming's speed was not fast. He maintained a constant speed. In front of him was all hills. Lu Ming kept walking for more than 10 days. He didn't know how much distance he had covered. During this period, there was nothing unusual, nothing attacked him, and he didn't encounter any danger. Splash! At this moment, there was the sound of water flowing in front of him. Lu Ming was energized. More than 10 days of walking in a fog without any sound and with a visual range of less than 2 meters was very uncomfortable. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been driven crazy. However, cultivators had a strong will. More than 10 days were nothing, but it was uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed when he heard the sound. Lu Ming strode forward. After a while, there was light in front of him. Lu Ming's vision suddenly widened. There was no fog in front of him. What came into view was a sea, a boundless sea. and Lu Ming was now on a beach. This seawater, when Lu Ming saw the seawater, his eyes narrowed. Because the seawater here was yellow and misty. It was obviously the water of the netherworld. There's so much water of the netherworld. Does the water of the netherworld flow here? Lu Ming was very surprised. Standing on the beach and looking out, he could see islands in the sea. Some islands were very close to Lu Ming. They looked like small black spots. Huh. Then, Lu Ming saw a small boat on the beach. The boat looked like it was made of wood, but it floated on the water of the Yellow Springs without a scratch. This cursed land is called Yellow Springs Island. Could it be one of the small islands in this sea? And to reach Yellow Springs Island, I have to take this small boat? Lu Ming pondered. In the next instant, a great emperor weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming tossed the great emperor weapon out. Whoosh! With Lu Ming's strength, the great sovereign weapon flew out like a bolt of lightning. However, when the great emperor weapon flew into the Yellow Spring Sea, it seemed to be met with a strong resistance. Its speed became extremely slow. At the same time, there seemed to be a gravitational force in the Yellow Spring Sea. The great emperor weapon fell into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, flying was not feasible. He could only take this small boat. However, Lu Ming did not immediately board the boat and go out to sea. Instead, he searched the surroundings to find the others. Unfortunately, he did not find anyone. It seemed like he was the only one left in the world. I guess everyone's encounter is similar to mine. They should all see a small boat and take it out to sea. I believe we will meet again when we reach Yellow Springs Island. Lu Ming thought. Then, without hesitation, he jumped onto the small boat. He activated his strength and the small boat shot out like an arrow. Let's go to the nearest island first. Lu Ming headed towards the nearest island. It seemed that the island was not very far away. When he rushed there, he realized that it was really far away. The main reason was that the seawater here was all Yellow Springs water. He could not speed up the boat. So, he had to sail for more than an hour before he could travel a short distance. Lu Ming did not notice that not far from him, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. The upper body of the figure was that of a human, while the lower body was that of a snake. It was a snake man. However, he could actually survive in the Yellow Springs water. If Lu Ming and the others saw it, they would definitely be shocked. He, another tribulation has passed. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. The snake man sneered, then dove into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to control the boat. Suddenly, Lu Ming was shocked. He felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around abruptly and threw a punch behind him. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void and blasted out. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the sea behind him. It was the snake man. His entire body glowed, condensing a spear and stabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force hit it. With an explosion, Lu Ming's fist force shattered. The powerful force pushed Lu Ming and the boat back rapidly. A snake man? He actually came out of the Yellow Springs water. Lu Ming was shocked. Kid, your reaction is not bad, right? The snake man sneered. His long and narrow eyes were filled with excitement. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. If you want to know, defeat me first. The snake man said coldly. Fine, then I'll defeat you first. Lu Ming said. With a thought, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron appeared. However, as soon as the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron appeared, it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force and shrank rapidly. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew into his glabella, disappearing. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Ha, you want to use a treasure to deal with me? Let me tell you, in this place, no treasure can be used. You can only rely on your own strength. Do you understand? The snake man laughed. I can defeat you without using a treasure. Lu Ming controlled the boat and rushed toward the snake man. At the same time, Lu Ming's body emitted a purple gold light. Lu Ming used the path of domination and condensed a purple gold long spear. At the same time, he also burst out the strength of his physical body. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming used all his strength. With a sweep, the purple gold long spear rapidly expanded and swept toward the snake man. This is the path of domination. How is it possible? At this time, the snake man was completely stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with a very shocked expression and completely forgot to defend. Boom! Lu Ming's spear directly hit the snake man's body. The snake man's body directly exploded and disappeared into energy. It's not the real body, but just a projection. Lu Ming's eyes moved. At the same time, he was curious and surprised. Because the snake man just said that it was the path of domination. The snake man actually knew about the path of domination? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Back then, the ancestral dragon also said that this was the power of a ruler. Now, this snake man also said that this was the path of domination. More importantly, the name of this power was given by Lu Ming himself because this power had a kind of charm of a ruler. Chapter 25:10. In every cursed land, there's a statue that contains the will of a sovereign. A Naga here recognized my sovereign Tao at a glance and was so surprised. What's the connection? Lu Ming kept pondering in his heart as thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. Lu Ming continued to steer the boat to the nearest island. At this time, on the island Lu Ming was going to, a Naga was shouting and laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha! The Tao of the Sovereign Lord. So it's the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. I thought it would be a blessing to find someone who could possibly comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Who would have thought that someone who has already comprehended the Tao of the Sovereign Lord would show up? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Could it be that the heavens don't want us to die? No, I have to tell the others about this. This snake man was dancing excitedly. It was the snake man who had attacked Lu Ming previously. After talking to himself for a while, the Naga's body glowed. Then, another Naga appeared and rushed out, plunging into the Yellow Spring Sea and disappearing. Not long after, the Naga's projection appeared on another island and joined the other creatures. Why did you call us in such a hurry? A creature covered in flames that looked like it was made of magma said. A big discovery, a big discovery. Another tribulation is over, and the creatures from the outside are coming in again. The Naga cried. Nonsense, do you think we don't know? Many people have already set off to take the test. Some have even landed on some islands. The magma-like creature said disdainfully. That's not what I'm talking about. Do you know, I just found a foreign human who has mastered the Sovereign Tao. The Sovereign Tao, ha ha ha. The Naga laughed excitedly. The scene fell silent. The other creatures looked at the Naga with their mouths agape. Then, their breathing began to become heavy. What did you say? You said, someone has mastered the Sovereign Tao. A humanoid creature with a pair of transparent wings said. He was tongue-tied and looked extremely excited. Yes, it's absolutely true. There's no mistake. The Naga nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha, great. There's hope for us. Ha ha ha. Following that, the few living beings started laughing maniacally as though they had gone mad. No, this matter must be reported to the Lord. Wait for me, I have to report this matter to the Lord and let him decide. The humanoid creature with the transparent wings said. Go. The others urged him. Then, the winged humanoid creature soared into the sky and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The others waited patiently. They didn't have to wait for long before the humanoid creature with the transparent wings returned. How was it? What did the Lord say? The others hurriedly asked. My lord said to adjust the assessment method for that person. The specific assessment method is as follows. The transparent winged creature explained the rules of the trial to Nye Tian. It's that. The others stared at each other. The lord said that it's not that difficult. If he can't even pass this, then there's no hope for us. Only if he passes will he have a chance to help us complete that matter. The winged creature said. What if he doesn't pass? The others asked. Then we'll kill him. A cold killing intent flashed in the winged creature's eyes. All right. The others sighed, then left and began to make preparations. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that there were already some difficulties waiting for him ahead. He steered the boat forward, and finally, after a few hours, he arrived at the nearest island. The island wasn't big, and it was lush with vegetation. Lu Ming jumped onto the island. When Lu Ming leaped onto the small island, the small boat dissipated with a bang and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that he could only go forward and not back. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming walked toward the depths of the island. Whoosh! Lu Ming hadn't gone far when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. A sharp light struck at Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming didn't even think. A purple gold spear appeared in his hand and swept out, blocking the attack behind him. Boom! With a boom, Lu Ming's figure drifted back slightly. At the same time, he saw a figure drifting back. It's you again. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was that snake man again. But this time, Lu Ming could see that the other party had come in person. Brat, that was just my projection. The snake man sneered. Who are you? Also, how do you know my path of sovereign? Lu Ming asked several questions. If you want to know, beat me first. The snake man sneered, and with a leap, he charged at Lu Ming again. Whoosh! The spear in the snake man's hand was as fast as lightning and shockingly powerful. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, using both his physical body and path of sovereign. His spear trembled as he charged at the snake man. The two exchanged several dozen moves in the blink of an eye, but it was difficult to determine the victor. His strength is about the same as mine. Lu Ming's heart shook. He discovered that the snake man's strength was almost the same as his. It couldn't be so coincidental, unless the other party had intentionally suppressed his strength to the same level as his. Whoosh! Suddenly, the snake man's attack changed. His spear turned into several hundred phantoms that stabbed at Lu Ming, making it difficult to see clearly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind became highly focused as he retreated. All he could see were the phantoms of the spear. All of a sudden, Lu Ming moved. He only thrust his spear once. This thrust did not pierce any of the spear shadows. Instead, it pierced into the void. Bam! When Lu Ming pierced the void, there was a loud roar. A long spear suddenly appeared in the void and the other phantoms of long spears disappeared without a trace. Kid, your combat awareness is not bad, but this is far from enough. Again. The snake man's eyes lit up, and then he attacked again. His figure flickered, and he attacked Lu Ming with incomparable speed. This time, his attack was even more strange, craftier, and unpredictable. For a moment, Lu Ming was beaten back repeatedly. The other party's strength was about the same as Lu Ming's, but his attacks were more mysterious and often caught Lu Ming off guard. Will I lose if our strength is the same? No way. Lu Ming roared inwardly, and his mind became more and more focused. He entered a mysterious mode, as if everything in the world was under his control. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's spear stabbed out continuously, and each strike blocked the other party's attack. Bam! Bam! Chapter 25:11. After so many moves, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the other party's attacks. Although the other party's attacks were strange, they were blocked by Lu Ming every time. Sometimes, Lu Ming didn't even need to deliberately block. It was as if it was an instinct. When the other party attacked, he could instinctively attack and block the other party's attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Lu Ming adapted to the other party's attacks, Lu Ming began to counterattack. Moreover, every move attacked the other party's flaws. Lu Ming could often find the other party's flaws and counterattack at the critical moment. This kind of battle awareness, the more the Snake Man fought, the more shocked he became. At the same time, there was also excitement. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged another 100 moves. At this time, the Snake Man was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Suddenly, the Snake Man raised his spear and erupted with an astonishing power. Lu Ming was directly bounced away. That was clearly the power of a peak heavenly emperor. After bouncing Lu Ming away, the Snake Man didn't chase after him. Instead, he shouted that he would stop fighting. Did I win? Lu Ming asked. You won. The Snake Man said. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was very excited. His eyes swept over Lu Ming's body as if he was looking at a treasure. Lu Ming's skin was covered in goosebumps from being stared at. Cough cough, Senior, who exactly are you? Lu Ming asked again. Me? I'm the gatekeeper here. The Snake Man said. Gatekeeper? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, gatekeeper. You outsiders want to enter Yellow Spring Island. Since you have to accept the test, we gatekeepers will send you to different islands according to your performance. Let me tell you, many islands contain some opportunities. It will be very beneficial to outsiders like you. The Snake Man said. Then how can I step into Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming asked again. Of course it's to pass all the tests. Just now, I was testing your combat awareness. Your combat awareness is not bad. You passed this test. The Serpentine Man said. Senior, how do you know that I control the Tao of the Sovereign Lord? Have you seen it before? Also, I've seen statues in the cursed lands outside, and they all seem to contain the will of the Sovereign Lord. What's going on? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. You'll naturally know the answer to these questions after you've passed all the checkpoints. Now, you've passed through this island and are on to the next one. The Serpentine Man said. Let's go to the next island. Didn't they say that many islands have opportunities? Doesn't this island have any? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. Stop looking. There's nothing on this island. After saying that, the Serpent Man moved and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. Others would have fortuitous encounters when they passed the trial, but why didn't he get anything when he passed? Lu Ming walked forward gloomily. After passing through the island, he saw a pontoon bridge on the beach ahead. It extended all the way to the next island. From afar, the island was fiery red, as if it was filled with flames. Clearly, his path had been arranged. He could only go to this island because only this island had a path. The other islands had no paths. Lu Ming stepped onto the pontoon bridge and sped up. When Lu Ming approached the island, he found that it was really covered in flames, like a mountain of flames. The blazing aura could be felt from afar. Soon, Lu Ming officially arrived at the island. What a high temperature! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the temperature of any place on this island was as high as tens of thousands of degrees. With this kind of temperature, not to mention ordinary people, even many hard refining materials and some strange metals would turn to ashes here. Even Lu Ming had to circulate his energy to resist. Lu Ming stepped onto the island. When Lu Ming stepped onto the island, the pontoon bridge in the Yellow Spring Sea disappeared. Lu Ming patrolled around. There was nothing. The island was completely silent. There was no sign of any vegetation or living creatures. This island should be the second stage. What will it have? Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was cautious. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the ground shake. There seemed to be a giant walking towards him. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He saw a giant walking towards him. It was a giant with flames all over. Its body seemed to be made of magma. It was dozens of meters tall and looked like a small mountain. Boom! After a while, the giant raised its fist and smashed it at Lu Ming. In the process of smashing out, the giant's fist wriggled, turning into a giant hammer. The terrifying power made Lu Ming alarmed. Can't take it head on. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, and his figure retreated hastily. In my hands, you can't escape. The giant opened its mouth. Taking a step, it actually leaped up. Its speed was astonishingly fast, approaching Lu Ming with extreme speed. Both fists blasted out continuously. Balls of magma actually flew out from its body, turning into magma fists one after another, blasting towards Lu Ming. There were too many magma fists. Furthermore, each one was extremely fast. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't avoid all of them. Lu Ming could only condense a long spear with his Tao of Sovereign and sweep it out, sweeping towards the few magma fists. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge towards him. His body directly flew out, smashing into a small hill, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably solemn. This magma giant's cultivation was Peak Heavenly Emperor. And this place was the same as before. Lu Ming could not control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron at all. Unable to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, Lu Ming just relied on his own strength. Even if he erupted with fleshy body strength and the power of Sovereign, it would only barely reach the standard of a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. It was simply impossible to be the other party's match. Bang! The magma giant took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was swift to the extreme, launching another attack. It pushed with both hands. A huge meteor formed, wrapped in magma through its body, slamming down towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best, stabbing out a shocking spear light. But, under the bombardment of the meteor, Lu Ming's spear light directly shattered. The huge meteor directly slammed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was sent flying again, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split apart. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to turn into ashes. If not for him revolving the imperishable ancient scripture and desperately resisting, he probably would not have been able to withstand it already. But that magma giant did not stop at all, blasting another punch over. Chapter 25:12. Right now, Lu Ming was not a match for the magma giant at all. Even if he did his best, he was only equivalent to a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. The difference between him and a peak Heavenly Emperor was huge. Lu Ming was severely injured and did not have the strength to fight back. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. At the same time, he was also very worried about Xian Yanqing, Xiang Xiang, and the rest. The difficulty he encountered was so great, so dangerous. What about Xian Yanqing and the rest? What would happen? He was unwilling. He wanted to resist. He desperately urged the 9-dragon cauldron. However, there was a force between heaven and earth that was too strong, completely suppressing the 9-dragon cauldron. Bang! The magma giant landed beside Lu Ming, looking down at Lu Ming from above. You're too weak. The magma giant opened his mouth. Magma flowed on his body, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to humiliate me, don't even think about it. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. The magma giant seemed to smile and continued, I won't kill you now, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you in the future. I'll give you a chance now. I'll give you 50 years. In these 50 years, you can only stay on this island. Within these 50 years, you have to think of a way to defeat me. If you can't defeat me after 50 years, I will kill you and destroy your body and soul. Do you understand? After saying that, the magma giant turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared. Giving me 50 years, is this a test? Lu Ming pondered. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might, beginning to heal his injuries. Although his injuries were heavy, they did not harm his source. Under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, he quickly recovered. Not long after, Lu Ming recovered. Within 50 years, if I want to defeat that magma giant, my combat strength must at least surpass that of an ordinary peak heavenly emperor. After recovering from his injuries, Lu Ming had no choice but to consider this question. 50 years seemed very long, but that was only for ordinary people. For people at Lu Ming's level, it would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor in 50 years, it would be difficult. With Lu Ming's current situation, if he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor, there were only two paths. The first one was a breakthrough in the physical body. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the seven gods' mysterious arts to the middle stage of the 6th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor, or perhaps he could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor. As long as he cultivated the seven gods' mysterious arts to the late stage of the 6th level, his physical strength would skyrocket, equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Coupled with the power of the Tao of Sovereign, Lu Ming was confident he could defeat the lava giant. However, with the seven gods' mysterious art at this stage, it would be extremely difficult for him to improve further. If he cultivated step by step, it would be normal for him to spend tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Those Archean body cultivators had to spend a lot of time and effort to break through to the next level. Why did Lu Ming break through so quickly before? That was simply because his lucky chances were too deep, obtaining one rare treasure after another. Those treasures, each one of them was a rare treasure in the world. Refining that kind of treasure, Lu Ming's physical body broke through consecutively. If he cultivated step by step, Lu Ming's physical body realm would be far from his current level. Wanting to cultivate the physical body to the level of a peak heavenly emperor within 50 years was virtually impossible. The second path was to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's Tao of Sovereign was too powerful, able to cross an entire realm. As long as the Tao of Sovereign was cultivated to the peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's combat strength would be equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Then, with the power of the physical body, he could also defeat the lava giant. However, to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak heavenly emperor within 50 years, it was simply harder than breaking through the physical body. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Previously, Lu Ming was able to continuously break through because he had comprehended the will of Sovereign on the statue. However, it had also taken him several decades. Now, to ask him to comprehend it himself and break through within 50 years, it was even more impossible. However, Lu Ming had to do it. Lu Ming had no doubt that if he did not defeat the other party after 50 years, he would definitely be killed by the other party. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind began to ponder at high speed. This must be a test. If it's not a test, then the other party can kill me right now. Since it's a test, there will definitely be a chance of survival. Oh right, that snakeman from before said that there would be opportunities on some islands. Maybe this island also has similar opportunities that can allow me to break through. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to search on the island. The island was not very big, with a radius of several thousand miles. Very quickly, it was searched by Lu Ming. There was nothing. This island did not have the slightest bit of vegetation, nor the slightest bit of life. Apart from flames, there was only flames. There was only a magma lake that was filled with terrifyingly hot magma. The temperature was at least a dozen or 100 times higher than outside. There's nothing. How should I break through? Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumble sounded again. The huge magma giant came again. Brat, do you think you can defeat me just by standing here in a daze? Watch me hammer you. The magma giant roared. Its arm turned into a huge magma hammer and smashed towards Lu Ming. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Lu Ming was furious and fought with the other party. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was beaten down and heavily injured. I just think that you're easy to bully. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hit me. The magma giant shouted in an infuriating manner. After that, it laughed loudly and left. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Along the way, it had always been him suppressing others. This time, he was suppressed by a big fool. It was really depressing. No, I must break through within 50 years. I will not die here. Lu Ming's gaze became firm and then he began to heal his injuries. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming began to comprehend the sovereign Tao. When Lu Ming was cultivating, the magma giant did not come to deal with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the sovereign Tao. However, his progress was slow and his gains were minimal. No, at this rate, I won't be able to break through to the peak Great Emperor realm in 50 years. Lu Ming muttered to himself. If he cultivated step by step like this, it would not be possible even if he had several times more time. Lu Ming's talent was already high enough. If it was someone else, without any opportunities, they would not be able to break through in 50,000 years, let alone 50 years. Rumble. At this moment, the magma giant appeared again after a year. As soon as it appeared, it raised its fist and smashed over. Lu Ming was naturally no match for the other party. Soon, he was heavily injured again. Brat, you haven't improved at all. I think you'll be dead in 50 years. Chapter 25:13. Lu Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. Especially the lava giant's annoying look, it made Lu Ming gnash his teeth in anger. But then, Lu Ming had no choice but to reconsider the problem of cultivation. No, cultivating the path of sovereign, without any external help, it's impossible to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm within 50 years. It's better to cultivate the physical body. There are flames everywhere here, and the temperature is shockingly high. It's burning the body all the time, but it has a tempering effect. It's better to cultivate the physical body, and there's still a trace of hope. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to cultivate the physical body. It was not only because of the environment here, but also because there was only one bottleneck in the cultivation of the physical body. Once he broke through this bottleneck, Lu Ming's physical strength could reach the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming was only a 5-star Great Emperor. If he wanted to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm, there would be 2 bottlenecks during this period. Breaking through one bottleneck was naturally easier than breaking through 2 bottlenecks. Having made his decision, Lu Ming put down the path of sovereign and began to cultivate the physical body. Lu Ming removed the defense on the surface of his body and circulated the 7 gods' mysterious art. Immediately, the temperature outside reached tens of thousands of degrees, enveloping Lu Ming's body. Chi chi chi, Lu Ming's body emitted a chi 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 sound. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated. When his muscles vibrated, the high temperature outside seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming temper his body. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming took out a stock of Emperor medicine and refined the energy of the Emperor medicine to assist in his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It's a little effective. The speed of cultivation here is several times faster than other places, but I can't break through in 50 years. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. With the help of the high temperature, it was indeed faster to cultivate one's physical body here compared to the outside world. However, it was not so fast that it was exaggerated. Lu Ming estimated that it would be difficult to cultivate to the late-stage 6th level within 50 years. To that lava lake. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of the magma lake. There was a lava lake on the island, and the temperature was at least several dozen times higher than outside. Lu Ming wanted to use the lava lake to cultivate. This was a cruel and extreme method, but Lu Ming had no other choice. Go! Thinking of this, Lu Ming directly rushed towards the magma lake. When they arrived at the edge of the lava lake, horrifying heat waves surged towards Lu Ming. The temperature here was 10 times higher than anywhere else. Just by standing on the side, the temperature here was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had no choice but to circulate his energy to resist. Get used to it first. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to rush into the magma lake. The temperature below was too high. It was far from what ordinary magma could compare to. It was too terrifying. If Lu Ming directly jumped down, even with the strength of his body, he would probably be melted. Immediately, Lu Ming removed his defense at the edge of the magma lake and began to cultivate. As soon as he removed his defense, the horrifying heat enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be burning. Chi chi chi, bursts of green smoke rose from Lu Ming's body. Bursts of tearing pain came from all over his body. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. This pain was nothing to him. Sure enough, Lu Ming felt that the effect of cultivating here was better. Lu Ming revealed a trace of joy. Then, he calmed his chi and focused on cultivating. Time passed quickly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had completely adapted to the high temperature of the magma lake. In these 3 years, the magma giant did not come to find Lu Ming again. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and jumped into the magma. 3 years of adaptation was enough. Now, he wanted to use the magma to temper his body. He had been on this island for more than 4 years. Time passed quickly. 50 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He had to hurry. After jumping into the magma, Lu Ming sank into the magma. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Pain. Incomparable pain. Lu Ming discovered that his skin began to melt. Subsequently, his muscles began to melt as well. Block it! Lu Ming growled. While circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to recover quickly, he also circulated the 7 gods' mysterious art to temper his body with the high temperature here. In the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Although he was in pain all the time, the effect of cultivating here was indeed much greater. This was an extremely extreme cultivation method. Ordinary people could not bear it at all. This was because the physical body was constantly in the process of being melted and healed. How many people could endure such pain? Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Lu Ming had been on this island for almost 30 years. However, Lu Ming's body still had not broken through. It was still at the mid-stage of the 6th level. Not enough, continue down. Lu Ming began to sink. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature of the magma lake. After descending a few hundred meters, the temperature here was several times higher than above. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Not far away, the magma giant was watching. This kid is tenacious and decisive. He's ruthless to himself. Not bad, not bad. The magma giant muttered. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, completely forgetting the time. Every once in a while, he would sink for a period of time. Later, he almost sank to the bottom of the magma lake. Break through. On this day, Lu Ming growled. His muscles and bones trembled violently, emitting thunderous sounds. Moreover, there were waves of dragon roars. Boom! Boom! The surrounding magma exploded continuously. At the bottom of the magma lake, it was as if there was a wild behemoth rolling about. Boom! Suddenly, the magma exploded. A figure rushed out from the bottom of the magma lake. This figure emitted an astonishing aura from head to toe. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. At this moment, his muscles trembled. The blood in his meridians surged like an angry dragon, powerful to the extreme. Broke through. His physical body finally broke through, reaching the late-stage 6th level of the Seven Gods' profound art. At this level, the strength of the physical body was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, almost cultivated to the peak. After a long while, the aura on Lu Ming's body concealed itself. Lu Ming's mind stirred. A set of clothes appeared and he put them on. Previously, in the magma lake, his clothes had long been burned. 46 years, I finally broke through. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. It had already been 46 years since he came to this island. In these 46 years, Lu Ming did not rely on any rare treasures. He relied purely on his own willpower to break through the bottleneck and push his physical body to the peak. Chapter 25:14. However, there was no point in cultivating the Seven Gods' arcane art at this point. Although there was still a 7th level of the Seven Gods' arcane art, there were only 4 words. 10,000 elements in one. That was the entire content of the 7th level of the Seven Gods' arcane art. Lu Ming was confused. Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a series of roars in the distance. The magma giant appeared again. Kid, you finally dared to show up after hiding for so long. Come and take my punch. Before the magma giant arrived, it threw a punch from afar. A huge fist that was condensed from magma blasted toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. If it was when Lu Ming had just arrived on the island, Lu Ming would not be able to block it at all and would be injured by this punch. But now... Boom! Lu Ming's muscles trembled as he threw a punch across the air. Lu Ming did not use the power of the Path of Sovereign in this punch. It was just the strength of his physical body. When the punch was thrown, the void was directly penetrated, and a pitch-black void appeared. Endless void storms condensed into fist force and blasted toward the magma fist. Boom! The two attacks collided fiercely, and the entire island shook. Then, the two dissipated. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems that you've broken through. Come, play with me. The magma giant laughed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Today, I'm going to beat you up. A murderous light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His muscles and bones shook, and his body directly passed through the space and appeared in front of the magma giant. He punched continuously with both fists. The magma giant also showed a strong fighting spirit. As its body moved, magma fists blasted toward Lu Ming. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner. Ha, kid, not bad. You can fight with me, but you're still a little short if you want to defeat me. The magma giant grinned. Then add a little more. Just now, I was just warming up my muscles and bones. Lu Ming sneered. Just now, he was indeed stretching his muscles and bones. His physical body had just broken through, and his strength had skyrocketed. He needed some time to get used to it, so he didn't use the power of the Tao of Sovereign just now. Instead, he relied purely on his physical strength. Now, he was almost used to it. Boom! Lu Ming's aura became even stronger. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple gold light. With the addition of the Path of Ruler, Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased. Although the increase was not particularly great compared to his physical strength, it was enough to suppress the lava giant. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming began to attack again. A purple gold fist light tore through the air, instantly shattering the lava giant's attack and forcing it to retreat. After a dozen or so moves, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and punched the lava giant's chest. The lava giant's chest exploded, and a big hole appeared. However, the lava giant's entire body seemed to be condensed from lava. The huge hole that was blasted open was completely fine, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. Brat, not bad, you win. Magma Giant shouted. Again, I'm not done yet. Continue. Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Lu Ming had been beaten up by the lava giant several times before, and he was really angry. If he didn't beat him back, it would be difficult for him to vent his anger. Nest, brat, I've already let you win, but you're still fighting, Magma Giant shouted. In a moment of carelessness, he was punched in the face by Lu Ming. Half of his face had exploded, but it recovered in an instant. However, Lu Ming kicked the lava giant's stomach again, sending him flying. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after him, continuing to attack. You're shameless. You're still attacking. Stop, Nest, Magma Giant kept shouting, but his vitality was too tenacious. After being hit by Lu Ming continuously, he seemed to be fine. He couldn't be killed at all. However, after being hit, he still felt pain, so he kept screaming. After being hit by Lu Ming dozens of times in a row, Lu Ming stopped. At this moment, the lava giant looked at Lu Ming with resentment. It was as if a young girl in her prime had been humiliated by a thug. Narrow-minded, vengeful. Magma Giant muttered. What did you say? Lu Ming glared. Nothing. You've passed. Continue to the next island. Magma Giant turned around and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming revealed a smile. With his current strength, he was finally standing at the peak of the Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm. Without the need for the 9-dragon cauldron, he could suppress a peak Heavenly Emperor with just his own strength. In the current Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, other than the invincible powerhouses who were half a step into the Martial God Realm, there were also true martial gods. He no longer had any opponents. However, in the entire Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, how many demigods and martial gods were there? In the past, he had to look up to the realm, the existence that he had to look up to. Through his hard work, he had finally reached it. What's on the next island? Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived at the other end of the island. Sure enough, Lu Ming found a pontoon bridge here that led to the next island. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the pontoon bridge, heading towards the next island. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the next island. This island was completely different from the previous island. This island was full of vitality, with green trees and a faint fragrance in the air. Lu Ming wandered around the island. After wandering around for a long time, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the island. Here, there was a huge mountain peak. Below the mountain peak, there was a cliff. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that there was a huge statue at the bottom of the cliff. The statue was exactly the same as the statues that Lu Ming had seen in the other cursed lands. The only difference was that it was many times bigger. On top of that, the statue was filled with the will of the ruler, and it was extremely strong. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel the strong will of the ruler spreading in all directions. Following this, Lu Ming shifted his gaze upward and discovered a huge word carved on the cliff above the statue. The word battle. 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 When Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the word battle, there was suddenly a loud roar from the word battle. It was filled with an endless fighting spirit. It was as if an undefeatable expert was having a great battle with someone. Following this, the voice disappeared. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, the word battle began to twist, as a mysterious intent surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. It was as if the word battle represented the origin of all battles, battle strength, and battle skills. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Amazing, this is too amazing. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming felt like he had a new understanding of the various battle skills and abilities that he had cultivated in the past. Not bad to be able to reach this island. Chapter 25:15. A voice suddenly came from behind Lu Ming, shocking Lu Ming. There was someone behind him, but he did not notice at all. Even with his current cultivation and powerful spiritual perception, he was still unable to notice that someone was standing behind him. Lu Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a pair of transparent wings on his back. He was standing not far away, looking at Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming said with a stern look, "Are you the guardian of this island?" "No, I'm not the guardian." The man with transparent wings shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, those are the guardians." His finger was pointing at the statue and the word, battle. "Those are the guardians?" Lu Ming was confused. "That's right, I know you've mastered the Tao of the ruler realm. This trial is very simple. You just need to fully comprehend the will of the ruler realm on the statue and fully comprehend the character, battle, within 100 years to pass the trial." The man with transparent wings said. "What if I fail to comprehend it within 100 years?" Lu Ming asked. "If you fail to comprehend it, I'll come and kill you." The man with transparent wings said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. He did not doubt the man's words at all. The man with transparent wings gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was no match against the man. The man was at least a half-martial god, or even a martial god. "Make full use of your time and comprehend it," the man with transparent wings said. He turned around and took a step forward, vanishing into thin air. Lu Ming had no idea how the man had disappeared. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming headed toward the cliff. 100 years. Lu Ming did not believe he could not comprehend the will of the Tao of rulers and the word, battle, on the statue. Not far from the statue, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the sovereign will on the statue. The will of the sovereign lord on this statue was much stronger and more profound than the ones on the statues Lu Ming had encountered before. Moreover, it was many times more intense and profound. It was naturally much more difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. He could sense that as he studied the statue, he was gaining new understandings of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, and was becoming more and more adept at using it. Even though he was using the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, he couldn't fully unleash its wonders. However, Lu Ming was still able to learn a bit about the Tao of the Sovereign Lord from the statue, which he eagerly absorbed. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord was progressing rapidly. Lu Ming could already sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming was not in a rush to achieve a breakthrough. He continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord for another 2 years, before taking out a huge number of G.O.D. stones and absorbing them to achieve a breakthrough. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully achieved a breakthrough and achieved the 6-star martial monarch realm. My cultivation has improved tremendously with this statue. It won't take me 100 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming was in a great mood after achieving a breakthrough. He was full of confidence. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. It was even more difficult to achieve a breakthrough. This time, Lu Ming spent over 20 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Crack. When Lu Ming fully comprehended the will of the ruler on the statue, cracks appeared on the statue. Just like the statues that Lu Ming had encountered in the past, they shattered. "I've comprehended it all. With my current understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Time to do it." Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to take out the divine stones and began to refine them frantically. This time, it took a few months for Lu Ming to achieve a breakthrough and reach the peak 7-star martial monarch realm. The world energy in his body, the purplish gold energy, became denser and denser. With a thought, his entire body was covered with the purplish gold Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming felt that he was now filled with boundless energy. With a casual strike, he could shatter the earth and shake the heavens. With the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, Lu Ming could suppress an ordinary peak heavenly emperor with just the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Coupled with the power equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's current combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. I wonder if I have the confidence to face an invincible demigod realm powerhouse now. Lu Ming pondered. He hadn't fought before, so he wasn't very sure. However, he knew that an invincible demigod realm powerhouse was much stronger than a peak heavenly emperor. Without fighting, he didn't have any confidence. It's only been less than 30 years, and I've already comprehended this statue. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the word battle. Lu Ming pondered. After consolidating his cultivation, Lu Ming looked at the word battle. Waves of wondrous concepts emerged in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming began to carefully comprehend them. But a few months later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and was somewhat bewildered. After a few months of comprehension, he felt that this word, battle, was simply unfathomable and unimaginably profound. At the beginning, he seemed to have benefited a lot. But as he continued to comprehend, he became more and more confused and puzzled. This word, battle, was not a martial skill, battle skill, or divine ability. It seemed to be a kind of concept, an extremely profound concept. It was as if this word, battle, was the origin of all battles. Whether it was battle skills, martial skills, divine abilities, and so on, they were all contained within this word, battle. It was all-encompassing. It was truly all-encompassing. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he comprehended this word, battle, he would be able to use any battle skill or divine ability at his fingertips. He would be able to use any weapon with ease. Wonderful, too wonderful. Lu Ming was not surprised, but delighted. He had a feeling that this was a great opportunity. As long as he grasped it, he would benefit immensely. Lu Ming began to comprehend again. Lu Ming had underestimated the difficulty of comprehending this word, battle. In the first 20 years, Lu Ming seemed to be wandering in doubt, unable to make any real gains. The difficulty of comprehending this word was much more difficult than the Tao of Sovereign. It wasn't until 20 years later that Lu Ming finally made some progress. He had made considerable gains and was on the right track. At this time, he had been on this island for 50 years. And he had been in the Yellow Springs realm for more than 100 years. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was like a sponge, desperately absorbing water from the outside. Soon, Lu Ming had been on this island for 80 years. There were only 20 years left before the 100-year deadline. Lu Ming was still comprehending and had not finished. In the center of the Yellow Springs Sea, there was a huge island. This island was the largest island in this sea region. On it, there were undulating mountain ranges and countless peaks. Many of the peaks had huge palaces built on them. Chapter 25:16. Yellow Spring Island was the core of this place. At this moment, two pontoon bridges appeared on the shore of Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They extended from a small island in the distance to here. Two figures were running wildly on the pontoons, heading toward Yellow Spring Island. One of them was the ancestral dragon, and the other was the other tribe's divine ancestor. The two of them had reached Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They were also the first to reach Yellow Spring Island. When the two of them reached Yellow Spring Island, they noticed each other, and their gazes met. Ancestral dragon, you're quite fast. The other tribe's divine ancestor sneered. You're not slow either. Ancestral dragon said. Both of them were emitting cold killing intent. However, both of them were wary of each other and did not attack. At this moment, the two of them discovered a towering tree not far from them. This tree was incomparably huge, with a diameter of at least a few hundred meters. It towered into the clouds, and the entire tree, not only its trunk, but also its leaves were suffused with multicolored light. However, the most eye-catching thing was the fruits on the tree. There were a total of 18 fruits, and each of them was only the size of a fist. However, they immediately attracted the attention of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. Fruits of life. It's the fruits of life. The other tribe's divine ancestor muttered, his eyes burning with passion. He had finally found the fruit of life. Wasn't his goal in entering Yellow Spring Realm for the fruits of life? With the fruits of life, his injuries would be healed. In fact, with enough fruits of life, divine ancestor Shah Xian's injuries would also be healed. At that time, it would be easy for him to flatten the celestial realm. At the same time, the ancestral dragon's eyes glowed with passion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the two of them pounced toward the fruits of life. The two of them reached out to grab the fruits of life at the same time. However, at this moment, the entire fruit of life glowed. Then, two roots emerged from the ground and whipped toward the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. Bam! Bam! The power of the roots was unbelievably strong. The hands of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor were instantly crushed, and the two of them were sent flying. The expressions of the two changed, turning slightly stern. In the next moment, the two of them moved again. They unleashed their full strength and pounced toward the fruit of life. Crash! This time, the ground surged, and more than 10 roots appeared in an instant, whipping towards the two like a violent storm. Bang! Bang! The two of them continuously collided with the roots. Then, their bodies violently trembled and they retreated far away. At the same time, they spat out blood. Both of them were actually injured. They were two martial gods, yet they were injured by the roots of the tree of life. If the people from the heavenly realm and the evil god realm saw this, they would be dumbstruck. Their gazes were somewhat gloomy. The ancestral dragon didn't seem to be affected by the situation, but the outsider sacred patriarch had an unsightly expression on his face. His desire for the fruits of life and death far exceeded that of the ancestral dragon. Damn it! The outsider's sacred ancestor roared in anger. He had gone through so much trouble to get here. Could it be that he couldn't get the fruit of life? Right at this moment, the space above the tree of life rippled as a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. He looked very refined. When this person was young, he must have been a refined young master. The holy ancestor and the ancestral dragon both looked at this person warily. Because they couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. This time, only the two of you have entered the martial god realm. The middle-aged man glanced at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and murmured with a confused look. Currently, we're the only martial gods in the outside world. The sacred ancestor said. Only two martial gods. Strange, what's going on outside? Where is this place? The middle-aged man murmured, before looking at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and said, You're looking for the fruit of life, right? The fruit of life only ripens once every countless years. It's not ripe yet. It's not ripe yet. The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor were startled. That's right, it's not ripe yet. Therefore, if you try to pluck it, the tree of life will attack you. However, once it's ripe, as long as you don't harm the tree of life, it won't retaliate. The middle-aged man explained. How long will it take for the fruit of life to ripen? The sacred ancestor asked. Soon, the fruit of life is about to ripen. As for how long it'll take, I can't say for sure. If it's fast, it might take a few years, or a few hundred years. You just have to wait a little longer. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Following this, he glanced into the distance and mumbled, Will that kid be able to pass the trial? Let's hope so. After so many years, someone has finally mastered the Tao of Tao. At least there's some hope. Saying this, he turned around and disappeared from the place. The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered with murderous intent. A few hundred years was nothing to them. They just had to wait a little longer. When the fruit of life ripened, they would surely have an intense battle to compete for it. The ancestral dragon, in particular, had the urge to kill the sacred ancestor right away. Once the sacred ancestor obtained more fruits of life, the heaven realm would be in great danger. But in the end, they were still not confident. The two of them did not rashly make a move. They sat at the side and waited. Time gradually passed. A few years later, a third person finally arrived at Yellow Spring Island. It was the heavenly lightning monarch from the heaven realm. A few months later, an undefeatable expert from the evil god tribe arrived as well. Following this, more people arrived at Yellow Spring Island. 10 years later, more than 100 people from each side arrived at Yellow Spring Island. Each of them had passed a different trial. It did not mean that those with lower cultivation would fail the trial. Therefore, there were differences in cultivation among the people from both sides. After arriving, they were warned by the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor to stay away from the fruit of life. If anyone below the martial god realm was struck by the roots of the fruit of life, they would definitely die. The crowd waited patiently. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came from the fruit of life. This fragrance made people feel comfortable all over when they smelled it. All the pores on their bodies opened up. Some people who had hidden injuries quickly recovered. The fruit of life had ripened. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor reacted the fastest. They immediately dashed toward the fruit of life. This time, when they approached the fruit of life did not attack them. The fruit of life had indeed ripened. Ancestral dragon, die! The sacred ancestor suddenly yelled. He turned around and charged at the ancestral dragon. You're the one who's going to die. The ancestral dragon had the same thought as he charged at the sacred ancestor. Chapter 25:17. The two martial gods clashed fiercely. Neither of them could get close to the tree of life. Those below the martial god realm seized the opportunity and rushed toward the tree of life. There were more than 100 people on each side. How could 18 fruits of life be enough? Naturally, they fought fiercely. More than 100 people were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Soon, some people died. The heavenly thunder sovereign was fighting a demigod from the evil god tribe. Ching Tsang, the titan longhorn beetle, and the others all had their own opponents. The area around the tree of life was boiling, and the chaotic energy was overflowing. Bang! Bang! The ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor fought high up in the sky. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Both sides wanted the fruits of life, but they did not want the other side to get them. Naturally, they would fight with their lives on the line. Don't fight. Snatch the fruits. The other tribe's divine ancestor transmitted his voice to his subordinates. All of the evil god tribe members attacked the heavenly realm beings. Then, they seized the opportunity and rushed toward the fruits of life. Not good. Snatch the fruits of life. The heavenly realm beings also shouted and rushed toward the fruits of life. In an instant, each of the 18 fruits of life was targeted by more than 10 people. Everyone surrounded the fruits of life and started another round of chaotic battle. However, there were still fruits of life that were snatched away. The first fruit of life was snatched by the demigod from the evil god tribe. However, the heavenly thunder sovereign also obtained one. Both sides exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, several fruits of life were snatched away. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ordinary-looking evil god tribe member emitted a shocking blood-red light. Then, a drop of blood flew out and turned into a human figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly. The blood all over his body wriggled and emitted a shocking killing intent. Kill! The blood-red figure rushed out. The blood-red light was like a sword as it charged toward the heavenly realm beings. Those beings with heavenly emperor cultivation were directly killed. Divine ancestor Sha Xian. The ancestral dragon roared. Ha! Although Sha Xian has not recovered, he still has the strength of a demigod. Let's see how you guys block him. The other tribe's divine ancestor roared. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian had the strength of a demigod and an almost immortal body. He was too strong. Other than the heavenly thunder sovereign, no one in the heaven domain was a match for him. Wherever he went, the living beings in the heaven domain would either die or be injured. Divine Ancestor Shah Xian snatched several fruits of life. Soon, all 18 fruits of life were plucked. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian cast his gaze towards the living beings of the heaven realm who had obtained the life fruits and charged towards them. Damn it! Don't even think about it. The ancestral dragon roared and turned into a huge true dragon. His body was covered in layers of flames and his aura was rising rapidly. Ancestral Dragon, are you crazy? Do you want to die? The sacred ancestor roared in shock. At worst, we'll just die together. Roaring, the dragon ancestor charged madly toward the outsider sacred ancestor. Boom! Boom! After a series of explosions, the sacred ancestor was knocked back, and his body trembled. Ancestral Dragon was going all out, burning his life essence to kill Divine Ancestor Shah Xian and the other Divine Ancestor. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, if they allowed them to recover, the consequences would be dire. They might as well take them down with them. Lunatic! The foreign race's Divine Ancestor bellowed, not daring to continue fighting. In a flash, he charged towards Divine Ancestor Shah Xian. Divine Ancestor Shah Xian turned into a streak of blood light and disappeared into the foreign race's Divine Ancestor's body. Go! The alien race's sacred ancestor shouted and charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. Stay here! Ancestral Dragon roared, staring at the foreign race's Divine Ancestor as he charged madly. The two fought fiercely, clashing repeatedly. The foreign race's Divine Ancestor was injured, but he did not linger and focused on escaping. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, there was no need for him to risk his life against Ancestral Dragon. As long as he recovered in the future, they would be the ones to succeed. Ancestral Dragon and the foreign race's Divine Ancestor charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. The other foreign races also charged toward the mountains and palaces on Yellow Spring Island. Yellow Spring Island was huge, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. There were countless mountains and palaces scattered around. Although the heavenly world beings chased with all their might, they were not stronger than the foreign race. Soon, they lost track of the foreign race. Ancestral Dragon chased for a while, but he could not catch up to the foreign race's Divine Ancestor. The foreign race's Divine Ancestor had escaped, disappearing into the vast mountains. Ancestral Dragon's face was extremely ugly. He retreated and began to gather the heavenly world beings. He had just burned his life essence, and now, he was weak and his aura was weak. Soon, the heavenly world beings gathered. Senior Ancestral Dragon, you burned your life essence. Quickly swallow a fruit of life to stabilize your injuries. A heavenly world being walked out and gave him a fruit of life. Although the fruit of life was extremely precious and he could not bear to part with it, he understood that Ancestral Dragon was the key to the heavenly world. Without Ancestral Dragon, it would be useless no matter how many fruits of life he obtained. Alright, I'll remember this fruit of life. I'll compensate you accordingly. Ancestral Dragon nodded. He did not stand on ceremony. He took the fruit of life, swallowed it, and began to refine it. A few days later, Ancestral Dragon's aura stabilized. As expected of the fruit of life. Ancestral Dragon exclaimed. The effects of the fruit of life were truly astonishing. Now, the energy of that fruit of life was far from being refined. However, because he had burned his life essence, he had stabilized it. In the future, as long as he continued to refine the fruit of life, his injuries would slowly recover. How many fruits of life did we get this time? Ancestral Dragon asked. Senior Ancestral Dragon, I'll have one. I'll have one too. Immediately, the heavenly world beings who had obtained the fruits of life walked out. There were a total of 6. Including the one that Ancestral Dragon had swallowed, there were a total of 7. Ancestral Dragon and the heavenly world beings had ugly expressions. In that case, the evil god tribe had obtained a total of 11 fruits of life. 11 is enough for Mok and Shah Xian to recover. Ancestral Gragon whispered, his face exceptionally gloomy. Although Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's injuries were serious and only had a strand of bloodline left, with so many fruits of life, he would definitely be able to recover. This would be a disaster for the heavenly world. Senior Ancestral Gragon, I'm willing to give this fruit of life to you. Me too. Those who had obtained the fruits of life handed them to Ancestral Gragon. They knew what was important and what was urgent. Alright, I'll accept them all. First, I'll heal my injuries. If there are more, I'll give them to the other injured experts to help them recover. Also, if you need anything, just say the word. Ancestral Gragon said. At this time, he did not stand on ceremony. Moreover, the ancient war was exceptionally tragic. Not only was Ancestral Gragon injured, but there were also other experts. For example, peak heavenly emperors, such as the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm. But now, their injuries had healed. Chapter 25:18. This Yellow Spring Island is filled with mountains and palaces. It might contain opportunities. Let's form a team and explore it. Then, Ancestral Gragon looked at the mountains and ordered the heavenly realm beings to form small teams and enter the vast mountains to explore and see if they could find any opportunities. As for Lu Ming, he was still on that island, comprehending the word battle. It had been 90 years since he came to this island. After so many years of comprehension, he had benefited a lot. The word battle was too exquisite. As Lu Ming comprehended it, his experience of combat had greatly deepened. Although he did not have any combat skills, Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared as soon as he attacked. His every move was filled with powerful combat strength. His previous battle skills and divine abilities were a lot more powerful when he executed them. The word battle was too wonderful. In other words, no matter what combat skills or divine powers Lu Ming cultivated in the future, their power would be strengthened. No matter what weapon he used, he would be able to wield it with ease and unleash its strongest power. This was battle. As long as it was related to combat, it would be improved. After comprehending the word battle for decades, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve at all, but his combat strength was stronger. Now, he was more confident. In the past, he did not have much confidence in facing an invincible demigod. Now, he had the confidence to fight. Swoosh! Swoosh! Boom! Boom! Under the cliff, Lu Ming's figure flashed and danced, displaying all kinds of divine powers. Under the support of the word battle, the power of these divine powers was increased by a lot. This cultivation lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. After 9 days and 9 nights, Lu Ming stopped. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath, his eyes bright. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Ming laughed. Crack. At this moment, a crack began to appear on the word battle. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. It was exactly the same as the previous statue. Lu Ming had already thoroughly comprehended the word war. When the word battle cracked, the void flashed, and the man with the transparent wings reappeared. Not bad. To be able to fully comprehend the battle character formula within 100 years, his talent is not bad. The man with the transparent wings nodded, excitement flashing in the depths of his eyes. Senior, can I proceed to the next stage? Lu Ming said. The next stage? That's it. This is the last stage. The transparent winged man smiled. It's the last stage. Can I head to Yellow Spring Island now? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Alright, I'll send you there. The translucent winged man nodded and waved his hand. A disc array flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. The disc array shot out a pillar of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt himself stepping into the teleportation array. In the next moment, his body disappeared. The void rotated. After a while, Lu Ming found himself in a spacious hall. Where is this? Is this Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming was a little stunned. He originally thought that he would appear on the island. He did not expect to appear in a hall. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings. The main hall was empty except for a statue at the very top. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this statue the one that he had been looking at previously? However, the statue here did not have the slightest hint of a ruler's will. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the void and a figure appeared. It was an elegant middle-aged man in a white robe. This middle-aged man was the one who appeared above the tree of life to warn ancestral Gragon and the others. Congratulations on passing all the stages and arriving here. The elegant middle-aged man smiled. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. I'm Baiya. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Lu Ming, you've mastered the Tao of Ruler. Your talent is extremely rare, similar to my master's. Tao of Ruler, Senior, is there really such a Tao between the heavens and earth? It's just a name I came up with. Lu Ming asked. You came up with it? Ha ha ha, that's a coincidence. That's right, the Tao of Ruler does exist. Those who practice the Tao of Ruler will be able to control the God force of the ruler realm once they rank up to the martial God realm. It's an extremely high-level God force. Baiya said. Martial God realm, God force of the ruler realm? Lu Ming was confused. That's something the martial God realm is related to. Your cultivation is still too weak, so you don't have to worry about it. Baiya said, most importantly, you've passed all the stages and arrived here. Besides, you've also practiced the Tao of Ruler, thus you can inherit my master's succession. Succession? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Let me tell you, my master is an extremely powerful existence with outstanding talents and an immeasurable cultivation. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain is my master's treasure. Baiya said. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. His heart was filled with great astonishment. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain was Baiya's master's treasure. Heavens! The size of the Yellow Spring Mountain was comparable to the total size of the 9 heavens of the heaven realm. It was boundless, with countless living beings, including martial gods. On top of that, Lu Ming had stumbled into a few experts on the Yellow Spring Island. The man with the transparent wings and the scholarly man before him were both immeasurable. Lu Ming suspected that they were both martial gods. Therefore, the master that Baiya mentioned was most likely stronger than the martial gods. Stronger than the martial gods? Did such a person really exist? Previously, Lu Ming had thought the martial gods were the strongest existences in the world, but it seemed like that was far from the truth. There were existences stronger than the martial gods. Legend had it that the Yellow Spring Mountain came from the outer world, thus there must be existences stronger than the martial gods. Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. At his current level of cultivation, he was almost at the peak of his cultivation. The evil god tribe did not have many opponents in the entire heaven realm. Now that he knew there were existences stronger than the martial gods, Lu Ming had a higher goal. I can obtain the succession of such an existence. Having this thought, Lu Ming's heart burned passionately. My master's name is Jingyu. This statue is my master. You must have seen my master's statue in many places before. That's because this treasure belongs to my master. Therefore, many places worship my master's statue. Baiya said. Lu Ming came to a realization. He finally understood why every cursed land had a statue. Unfortunately, my master is dead. He was killed by a traitor. Meanwhile, we and the Yellow Spring Mountain are sealed here. We will never be able to leave for generations.